can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the Dutch Classics main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Without further ado, let's get today's action underway. In seat 1 from France, we have Gregory Kern playing 3.3 million. Seat 2 from Germany, we have Victoria playing 4.5 million. Seat 3 from the Czech Republic, we have Olaf playing 9.8 million. Seat 4 from Iraq, we have Faisal Seen playing 1.3 million. In seat 5 from Belgium, we have Matthias Hennen. Seat 6 from Romania, we have Catalin Paul Dayak. Seat 7 from Russia, we have Emke. And seat 9 from the Czech Republic, we have Adam Husak playing 3.8 million. Delighted to be back here to bring you the conclusion of this main event. Lines will be starting at 50,000 for the small blind, 100,000 for the big blind, and a running big blind ante of 100,000. Matthias Hennen is our short stack with 8 big blinds, and Olaf almost playing 100 big blinds. We are going to get the action underway here, guys. Good afternoon to all of the stream chat. Just 24 players remaining, as they will play down to a winner today. First, second, third and fourth place finishers will all receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. And first prize is €47,700, and of course the trophy and the title of the Dutch Classics main event champion. Each player now guaranteed €1,319. The small pay jump for the next player out, 23rd place, will receive €1,581. My name is Dan Rankin, and I will be your commentator for this afternoon. Here is your host, Action Dan. Commentate and bring you all the action that we can. It's Catalin, pocket sevens from the hijack, raising to 200k. Playing 1.7 million to start the hand. And Gregory Kern from France, ace queen of clubs. From the small blind here, playing a stack of 3.3 million. Weighing up his options. I would like to see him put in a 3-bet. Calling is totally fine from the small blind here. 3-bet will really define our hand and try to get some extra value. He does put in a 3-bet to 900k. That's going to get the sevens out of the way. It's the button to fold is ace-8 of spades. Hello to you all just joining in the chat. Thank you for saying hello. Got a long, entertaining day of poker ahead of us, I predict. Nice to see you all tuning in on this Monday afternoon. Smack bang in the middle of July. Now Matthias. Tyus. Ace, deuce of spades. We'll let that one go. Playing a stack of little under 1 million. We have a guy in the chat who has just told us that there are still 3 Dutch players left. 3 left with a field of 24 remaining from a starting field of 1,452. Just incredible numbers here. The King's Casino, King's Resort, live in Rozvadov, where all the action is happening this summer. An absolute must on a poker calendar for any serious poker player. Really an unmatched venue in Europe, rivaling many casinos in the world as a resort. If you can't make it to Vegas, get to Rozvadov in Europe. We also have a promotion for our streamers, just for our streamers. Use the code STREAM10, King's Shop. You can dress like a king, get all your merchandise. You can find out everything about King's Resort on the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. A raise from Adam in the hijack with Queen 8 of spades. A call from Victoria with Ace 10 offsuit. And Faisal will come along in the big blind, getting great odds with his King 6 offsuit. Flop is brilliant for Faisal. Flopping a boat, or flopping, sorry, a 6. Adam with the trips. Great flop for Adam. He had Faisal's cards mixed up with Adam's. It is Faisal who is led out. We'll get a call from Adam. We will see a turn card with 1.4 million in the pot. Turn card is the 7 of hearts. He now checks over to his opponent. Adam could check behind here, but I would expect him, after his opponent showing strength leading into 2 players on the flop, to fire out a small bet. He will bet 255k. There's a tiny bet into a pot of 1.4 million. Problem is, if you're Faisal, you're only playing a stack of 720,000 behind. What are you putting your opponent on? They've showed strength by calling you on the flop. Faisal does get out of the way. Nice soothing music in the background. MK playing a stack of 2.5 million. Ace 10 offsuit from early position. Will come in with the raise, min raise to 200k. Gregory, Karen, King Jack offsuit, and the hijack. Playing just under 4 million. Looks like he is going to go for a 3-bet here. He's choosing a size of 700k. Quite a large 3-bet. Not wanting to give his opponents good odds to see a flop. So Faisal, small blind with ace 7 of diamonds with a raise and a re-raise in front of him. I think his hand will be hitting the muck. There is a significant amount of money out there. Back to MK. That pressure from Kieran. Get MK to fold a better hand. The average stack just over 3 million. Big blind at 100k. It is Gregory. The king 9 of spades from early position under the gun +2 will raise the minimum to 200k. Victoria in the hijack will come along with her 2 sevens. You will see a flop, the king 9 of spades against the 2 sevens. And it is an action flop. 10, 8, 7, all hearts. Wet, 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 this board. Bet for Victoria, an open ender for Gregory. And a check from Gregory. A small bet of 200k from Victoria. He was quite an active player from a few hours of play last night. was not shy about putting chips in the middle. What do I always tell you? A shy baby don't get no sweets. That 4 of spades will not help Gregory. Now, I would like to see Victoria slightly size up here. Just bets 300k. If our opponent did have a combo draw containing a heart, we are giving our opponent great odds to see the river for cheap. As it stands, the open ender with just spades cannot continue. Victoria will take down that pot of 1.4 million. Round to Victoria with pocket sixes. Will raise to 225k. MK will fold his big blind. Just king deuce offsuit. Blinds and antes will go Victoria's way. Round to Matthias in the cutoff with ace-3 offsuit, paying just over $500,000. Good opportunity for him to move all in and try pick up those blinds and antes. And if we are called, might be in the worst of shape with our ace high. But look at this. MK asking for a count, sitting there with his 2 ladies from the small blind, paying a stack of just over 2 million. An opportune moment for him to pick up these 2 ladies. He will call. We will have our first all-in and call of the day. We hear Fleetwood Mac in the background. Great song. Let's see. Matthias pick up an ace here. It is King, Jack, 10, all club or 2 clubs. Just pick up a straight draw. His opponent holding 2 of those cards that would give him the straight. Turn comes the 8 of diamonds. The river, a king of spades. That will eliminate Matthias. MK will win that pot with his 2 ladies. All players now guaranteed €1,581. Laying down to a winner today. Our champion will take home €47,700. "22 players remaining. Our average stack now 3.3 million. Olaf sitting there with nearly 10 million is very active, and he won that huge three-way all-in. You remember that hand if you were tuning in near the conclusion of yesterday's play. Not often the flop was going to come ace, ace, deuce when you're sitting there with pocket deuces. Both of your opponents hitting an ace. Got to feel blessed in those moments. Olaf under the gun. Two black ladies. He will raise to 250k from under the gun. His pocket queens. And this is just incredible. What a time to be alive for Gregory here. With the pocket rockets playing a stack of 4 million. We've just seen him with a 3-bet to 700k. So what sizing does he want to go from the small blind here? Out of position this time. And Olaf just sticks it on him. This has all happened so quickly. There's 8.3 million in the pot. Our Frenchman set to have a huge double up here with his pocket rockets. Olaf set to have a huge hit if he does not hit one of the ladies remaining in the deck, or some running straight cards or flush cards. What an opportunity for the Frenchman here. And the flop. 10, 8, 3, 2 clubs. No help to Olaf on that board. Running straight cards is a possibility. Running flush cards also. The turn is the deuce of clubs. That is not good news for the aces. Gonna have to dodge clubs now. It is the 3 of diamonds. Whew! What a double up for Gregory. It's never easy. A turn card giving Olaf additional clubs for a flush. As it stands, an 8.3 million pot moving in the direction of the Frenchman Gregory Kern. His pocket aces. And Olaf, although he can't afford that, that is a huge hit to his stack. He will still be playing a stack of almost 6 million. But a huge hit in the first 10 hands. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov for the Dutch Classics final day, the main event. You can see now Gregory playing 8.3 million. Faisal playing 6 big blinds with just 670k. Only 3 of our players at this table are under 42 big blinds, which is astonishing. And there should be no delay on the stream. There might be a slight lag with the Twitch channel, but I am trying to bring you the coverage as quick and concisely and as live as it possibly can be. Faisal under the gun with 7-5 of hearts, playing a stack of 670k. He will fold. Hello to all new viewers tuning in on this Monday afternoon. I am your host and commentator for the day, Dan Rankin, bringing you as much action as I possibly can from this Dutch Classics main event final day, as we will play down to a winner. There is 21 players remaining from a starting field of 1,452. Things are just heating up here, just hand 10 if you're just joining in. And Victoria from the small blind, raising with Jack 10 offsuit to 225k. Olaf with a call after just taking that huge hit to his stack. Still very chunky stack, playing nearly 60 big blinds, but I guess that's what we have 100 big blinds for, to be able to have a huge stack even if we face a massive cooler. And on King, Queen, 4, Victoria bets 250k, and Olaf will call with his top pair with a 9 kicker. The turn is the 7 of diamonds. Open ender for Victoria. We've seen her not be shy yesterday with putting in 3 barrels. I remember a hand specifically where she just had queen high and bet from the small blind into the big blind. But this turn has gone check, check, and the river is the king of spades. Now I'd like to see a bet from Victoria, but after checking the turn and the board pairing on the river, she decides to just check her option. Olaf will take that down with a bet. I would have liked to see Victoria maybe fire on the turn again, but she decided to just wave the white flag, check over to her opponent, possibly just check calling, trying to control the size of the pot. Olaf having still the chip lead. Well, more chips than Victoria. The Darth Vader-esque hoodie there from Kings, it looks like, Catalan will fold under the gun. The king 7 of spades. MK with ace 9 of hearts under the gun +1 will min raise to 200k. Hold it around to the big blind is Faisal, playing a short stack of 470k with ace 8 offsuit. Does he want to defend here? Try flop an ace or an 8. He is dominated. Stop and go perhaps. Flop is queen, queen, jack with 2 diamonds. The check from Faisal. MK betting enough to virtually put his opponent all in. If you're Faisal, you do beat some draws with your ace high, but we kind of want our opponent to have the ace of diamonds. Holding it ourselves blocks him from having some of those draws. So a show of an ace from both players. And Faisal being just with 3 big blinds now. Our chip leader, the Frenchman, after that huge double up with 68 big blinds. Olaf still in second place, comfortably playing just over 50 big blinds, and the rest of the pack in between that 35 to 27 big blind mark are 2 short stacks. Is Catalan with 12 big blinds and our other tiny stack with 3 big blinds. Round to Victoria with pocket 7s. Will raise to 250k. Round to Catalan. Jack 9 offsuit. He'll defend for just 130k more, and we will see a flop. Flop brings 10, 6, deuce, 2 clubs. And bet of 300k from Victoria to get the job done. Round to Olaf with Queen 9 of clubs in the cutoff. Puts together a raise of 275k. No one really has anything. MK getting a good price, but just with 4 high, lets it go. Blinds and antes go to Olaf. We move on to the next hand. The blinds have gone up now. The small blind is 60,000. The big blind is 120,000. With 120,000 running big blind ante. Orange chips you see are 5k. Green chips are 25k. And the white chips are all 100k each. We've had another elimination, so just 20 players remaining now. All players now guaranteed €1,843. Round to the button, who's all in. Catalan, 9-8 of diamonds. Nice shoving hand. Good opportunity to take down the blinds and antes. Adding 30% to our stack by just taking down the blinds and antes. You can see just how crucial even the smallest of pots are at this late stage. Round to the cutoff. Catalan all in with the ace queen offsuit. The average stack is just over 3 million. 20 players remaining. Round to Gregory. Ace 8 offsuit in the big blind, who is our chip leader at the table and could afford this from cutoff against big blind. Would be dominated, but Ace 8 offsuit is looking like a pretty strong hand to a shove from the cutoff of 1.3 million. So it is a close spot for the Frenchman. I do think the way he's looking at his chips, he is going to call, and he does put in call. We have an all-in call. Catalan way in front with ace queen offsuit against Gregory's ace 8 offsuit. He will need an 8 or some help by clubs. Straight draws maybe. It is King, Jack, 10. Just chop opportunity for the ace-8 offsuit now. Ace-queen absolutely smacking the deck in the face here with this flop. The turn is a deuce of spades. The river coming, the 4 of diamonds. Yeah, with the blinds gone up and a player being eliminated, the average stack would actually be more than 3 million. So thank you for verifying that. Yeah, 4.5 million. And a really nice double up for Catalan there. Now playing just a decent amount above the 20 big blinds. 23 big blinds for Catalan. Faisal is running on absolute fumes with 2 big blinds. Our chip leader is still the Frenchman, even after losing that pot with 56 big blinds. You can see our middle stacks all between 24 and 54 big blinds. Lots of chips at this table, and I expect fireworks. Things are just getting going live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov for the Dutch Classics final day. And another elimination you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen. Which means we are just 10 players away from a final table. Right, more viewers tuning in. Is live from Rozvadov. If you want to find any information about the King's Resort, you can find it at www.kingsresort.com. Meanwhile, back to the action around the small blind of Gregory with ace-9 offsuit. We'll just call the additional 60k. Victoria will check her option with Jack-7 of clubs, and we will see a flop. Flop is 8-8-5, 2 clubs. Gregory with the best hand still with ace-9. Victoria with a flush draw and some backdoors. Gregory checks, Victoria checks. The turn card is the King of Spades. Now, does Gregory want to protect his hand? No, he thinks he could be good at showdown, decides to check. Victoria checks back. The river, the 4 of diamonds. Another check from Gregory. Victoria, not much showdown, we'll just check behind. Interesting. Not wanting to try bluff the chip leader at the table. The way Gregory played that hand, checking the flop and checking the turn. Maybe in Victoria's mind, he was checking 3 times. Going to check calling the river for 1 street. Faisal using the opportunity to move all in under the gun here. Ace-8 offsuit for less than 3 big blinds, just 310k. Catalan gets out of the way with King Jack offsuit with so many players to act behind. Around to the button of Gregory. King 10 offsuit. Deciding to fold. Around to Olaf with just 190k more is going the C5 cards with his 7-3 offsuit. I was surprised to see the King Jack and the King 10 off both fold there. The King Jack maybe very early position, but the King 10 on the button I feel was getting a great price. We will see a flop, and it's Faisal way out in front with Jack 6-3. Changes that with a pair for Olaf. The turn is a deuce of clubs. Faisal is going to need an ace or an 8, or he will be eliminated in our 19th place. The river is the Queen of Hearts, and we will lose a player. So now just 18 players remaining. The Dutch Classics main event, final day. All players guaranteed €1,843. Just 9 eliminations away from our final table. Don't forget, our top 4 finishers of this tournament will all receive a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. The average stack is now 4.2 million. There are 17 players remaining. The action is just heating up here, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I believe there will be a redraw when we have 16 players remaining. We will introduce new chips when there's a redraw. Those lovely pink biscuits that are worth $500,000 each. We have seen players tightening up. They must know there's a redraw there because holding ace-7 offsuit cut off. Perhaps an opportunity to steal the blinds, and Anti's there. Instead, it's Olaf raising to 300k from the small blind with Queen 10 offsuit. Catalan, Ace 3 offsuit in the big blind. Weighing up the options and decides to call. We will see a flop, 720k in the middle. The flop is Queen, Queen, 6, 2 clubs. Great flop for Olaf. Not a bad flop for Catalan either, with the ace of clubs in their hand. Check would have been nice, but trying to build a pot. That's 325k. Catalan with the back doors and ace high. Counting out chips, seeing exactly how much is in their stack. Is going to commit 325k. We need running clubs or an ace. 1.4 million in the pot now as we go to the turn. The turn is an 8 of spades. Now Olaf. Most likely going to bet again after betting the flop.
3-bet, 5-7.
Will make a small bet. Well, not too small. 575k into 1.4 million. I really like this sizing actually. Setting up a river jam. We get more value from clubs or a 6.
6+.
Catalan gets out of the way with just ace high. Olaf gains some chips after losing that huge pot with his 2 ladies a few hands ago. Here we have an update of the chip counts, and it's Olaf now back to the chip leader with 7.6 million. Gregory just right behind his heels, 7 million. Victoria playing 36 big blinds with 4.4 million. Adam playing 32 big blinds with 3.9 million. MK playing 24 big blinds with 3 million. And our short stack at our table is Catalan now with 17 big blinds playing 2.1 million. Things are just heating up here. Do not go anywhere, guys. We are going to be back in about 17 minutes. More action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov for the Dutch Classics final day. Stay tuned.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello, and you are very welcome back. The Dutch Classics feature table, final day of the main event here, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I am your host, if you are just tuning in, Dan Rankin, bringing you all the action. It looks like we are going to have some new players at our table. We've got another Romanian, Raul George Sav, and Maureen Bloschlinger from Switzerland. We have Serdar Ayar from Germany in seat 5, and Ahud Agnon from Israel in seat 6. We also have another German who's under 10 big blinds, Biko, playing 1.1 million. We could see that's our short stack with 8 big blinds, and our big stack at the table is the Frenchman Gregory Kern, playing nearly 70 big blinds. Hello to all of the new players or new viewers tuning in the stream chat. We had a redraw at 16 players, so all players now guaranteed over €2,000, €2,105 currently, all playing for that title. First prize of €47,700, and additionally our top 4 finishers in this main event will receive €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Let's get back to the action without further ado. Action has been fast and heavy so far. Already having 8 eliminations in our first hour. See in the top right hand corner, 16 remaining from a starting field of 1,452. And Serdar Ayar picking up Ace Slickens, playing a stack of 4 million. He will raise to 375k. Eco in the cutoff, playing a stack of 1.1 million. The blinds, big blind at 120,000. This is a good opportunity for the sixes. Maybe jam all in, but he does elect to pass. Gregory on the button. All the chips. King Jack offsuit. Select the 3-bet, but he might just want to see a flop. He does just call. Raul, ace-8 of diamonds, playing a stack of 6 million. A lot of chips at this table now with these new players. He will pass. Victoria gets out of the way. Queen deuce offsuit, and we will see a flop. There, that ace king against king jack offsuit. The flop is 9-5-3 rainbow. Actions on Sirdar, who will put in 3 of those white chips, so 300k bet. Gregory on the button with position, backdoor straight draws and king high. 1.4 million in the pot. Just having a look and deciding to get out of the way. Ace king will take down that pot. Yes, we are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop. You can dress like a king. I'd like to give a big shout out to all the moderators who have helped with this stream. Do a fantastic job. Back to the action. It's over to Biko. Paying a stack of 1.1 million in the hijack. Pocket sevens. He will move his last 1.1 million into the middle. Hold it around to the big blind who has nothing, and the walking sticks will take down that much needed blinds and antes and add them to their stack. Third that. Ace queen of clubs under the gun. raised to 275k. Round to Victoria on the button with ace-10 offsuit, who lets it go. Maureen in the big blind with king jack of diamonds. Wants to see a flop, calls 155k more. It's queen 5-4 all hearts. Eyeing up. There. Flop goes check check and the turn is the 10 of hearts. 4 hearts out there now. This has just gone check check all the way. Third art. We'll just split up this one. Yes, to all the Twitch moderators and anyone that helps. Your work does not go unnoticed. Round to Victoria on the button with Jack 8 offsuit. Will fold. In the cutoff, apologies. Catalan folding the Jack 9 offsuit on the button. Maureen in the small blind now with Ace 5 offsuit. Getting a stack of 1.7 million or just under 2 million, decides raise to 250k. That will get Serdar to fold his junk 9-4 offsuit in the big blind. There are currently 16 players remaining from a starting field of 1,452. There's 7 eliminations away from the final table. The average stack is just creeping over 4.5 million. The big blind is 120k now. Pay jumps just going to become more and more significant, with top 4 finishers walking away with a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Everyone folding around to the small blind. The Israeli will take a walk there gladly with 5-3 offsuit. Hold it around to Maureen in the cutoff with Queen 10 offsuit. Lets it go. The small blind now. Agnon. Ace 8 of clubs. Raised to 260k. Eco. Playing a stack of just over 1 million with 10-8 of diamonds. 140k more to call to see a flop. Side to fold. Down to Serdar. 8-7 of diamonds in the cutoff. Raises to 275k. Ace 6 offsuit and the big blind for Gregory. Putting out the calling chips for 155,000 more. Flop is Queen 9-3, 2 spades. Gregory checks over to his opponent and Serdar checks behind with backdoor diamonds. Pair outs. Backdoor straight draws also. Turns an 8 of spades. Gives Gregory 6 high flush draw with his ace high. Serdar, third pair with a 7 kicker. Serdar will bet 300k. protection bet /value bet. It's Gregory to fold his ace high with a 6 high flush draw. Denying his opponent equity there. The small bet. Maureen under the gun +2 with ace queen off suit. Decides to just move all in for her last 2.2 million, just under 20 big blinds. Agnon. Pocket trees. Gets the trees out of the way. Round to the big blind. Raoul won't be calling with 8 high. The dealer has just announced that the blinds are up, so the small blind will now be 80,000, the big blind 160,000. With that running ante in the big blind of 160,000. This will put additional pressure on some of the smaller stacks. Some of the larger stacks sitting comfortably able to put that additional pressure on their opponents as well. Third art, pocket 8, the snowmen, from early position. Raising the 320k, the min raise. Victoria with Queen Jack offsuit and the big blind will call the additional 160k to see a flop. Flop is 6, 3, deuce, 2 clubs. Third our way out in front with an overpair. Expect him to bet. Protect his hand, get some value. Does bet $250,000. Victoria perhaps trying to get a read on her opponent before deciding to fold her Queen Jack offsuit, not connecting with that board at all. Now, let's see how the stacks bear out after the blinds going up.
So serious, we play for the money, so
Our top 4 chip stacks at the table all playing in or around the exact same with 36 or 35 big blinds. Victoria with 22 big blinds, Maureen with 15, Catalin with 11, and our only player playing under 10 big blinds is Biko. It's all to play for here, very, very closely bunched at this feature table, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, the Dutch Classics main event final day.
7 plus. Eight plus.
Now Raoul on the button with 10-8 of clubs.
Raise 350,000.
Raised to what looks like 350k. Victoria folding her ace deuce in the small blind.
3 plus.
Battling with 9-4 of clubs, although it's suited. Not going to be good enough for a defend here. Over 300 of you tuning in this Monday afternoon, smack bang in the middle of July. Great to see it. Thanks for hanging out. You're just tuning in. My name is Dan Rankin. I'm your commentator and host for this evening, this afternoon.
7 plus. 8 plus.
This afternoon that will turn into this evening until we crown a champion. Raoul in the cutoff with ace 10 of diamonds, paying a stack of 6 million now.
350. 2 club. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Victoria calling on the button with ace queen of spades. Maureen getting out of the way with king 8 of spades, which is a good fold if spades come out. Is Raoul with ace 10 of diamonds, Victoria with ace queen of spades. The flop is ace 7 6, 1 spade, 1 diamond.
1 bet 3, 25. 2 club.
A bet of 325k from Raoul. Victoria, her dominated ace, the queen kicker, will come along, and the turn smacks her in the face. The queen of clubs. Now if I'm Raoul, do I want to try get some more value? Check over to our opponent, try to control the size of this pot. With 1.8 million already out there.
2 bet 455,000. 455.
It looks like Victoria is putting together a small bet quite quickly. A bet of 455k from Victoria. Now if I'm Raoul, not enough for me to fold my hand. I want to see a river card. Not much point in raising, and I don't
1 club.
see Raoul folding here. His only other option is to call, and he does. We will see a river with 2.7 million in this pot. River is the 7 of diamonds. Now Raoul asking how much Victoria has left. Perhaps trying to get a read on her opponent. And this has gone check, check. Victoria will win this pot, but I really feel like she missed out on some value here. Like scared that our opponent has a 7. We can still make another small bet. If we get raised, we can maybe get away from it. But the top 2 pair, she's been trying to control the size of pots from late in play yesterday and from the get-go here today. Seen her make 1 or 2 similar-ish checkbacks and small bets.
6 plus.
You have the top 2 pair, I think,
7 plus.
to clear the stake, not to value bet on this river, even though it has paired the board, and if our opponent has a 7, we are crushed. Seems like a bit too friendly of an option, in my opinion.
One raise 350,000. 2 plus.
Now Raoul, the hijack with 6-5 of hearts. Raising again, this time the same to 350k.
4 plus.
Round to Serdar with Queen 8 of clubs in the big blind. With 190k for him to call and see a flop.
5 plus. Take the button. Thank you.
He does decide to take the cautious route and fold. $16 still remain. 30 hands played so far today. Plenty of action. Non-stop action. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov.
7 plus.
If you like what you see and have liked previous streams, things are constantly
8 plus.
on in the King's Resort. Next Sunday, the 17th of July, and Monday, the 18th of July, the Shark Bait main event. Day 2 and Day 3. The €290 buy-in. The $500,000 guaranteed with 6 World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets up for grabs.
One raise 350.
Just event after event, action after action.
2 plus. 3 plus.
Raoul, 350k. Patented raise. Pocket trees this time.
4 plus. 5 plus. 6 plus.
Round to Agnon, who won't be defending his King 8 offsuit. Then Raoul will scoop the blinds and antes. Around to Maureen in the cutoff with King Jack offsuit.
4 raise 350,000.
He is going to raise this one up.
5 bucks.
350k it looks like. Serdar folding the button with 8-5 of diamonds. Agnon with King 9 offsuit in the small blind. Around to the big blind. Iko 9-8 offsuit. Playing a very short stack, decides to let it go. Maureen's turn to take down the blinds and antes.
That is not your brother. Cousin. Cousin.
1 plus. 2 plus.
You might see someone defend the 9-8 offsuit in different circumstances, but he is playing the shortest stack at the table with just 735k. Not a good spot,
4 raise 350.
being so short. However,
5 plus.
we do call and flop a pair. We can easily just get the remainder of our chips in the middle with a pair or a draw.
8 plus.
Meanwhile, it's Maureen opening again, this time with ace-jack offsuit from the hijack. 350k. Everyone gets out the way. Seems like Maureen is a fan favorite with the Twitch chat. Plenty of support out there for her today.
Plus. 5 plus. 6 plus. 7 plus.
Everyone folding around to the small blind of Gregory with King Queen offsuit. He is going to call for 80k more. And Raul with ace 4 offsuit in the big blind. Decides to check his option. We will see a flop. Flop is ace 9 5. 2 spades.
Bet 160.
bet of 160k from Gregory. Raul with the top pair.
One raise.
Not going anywhere.
420.
Just deciding whether to call or raise, and he decides to put in a small raise. $420k, perhaps trying to get more value from a hand like a 9, 5 might call, straight draw, flush draw. Also seeing where he's at now. Problem is Gregory only has king high and will put his hand in the muck. An update of the chip counts. It's Raul now, our chip leader at the table, with still just under 40 big blinds, 37 big blinds with 6 million. You see 5 of our players now in that 30 to 40 big blind range. Our short stack is Biko with 4 big blinds.
Three pass. Four raise. 350. Five pass.
A raise from Maureen from early position. Ace 10 off suit.
Six pass. Seven pass. Eight pass. One pass.
Round to the big blind. Victoria, Queen 10 off suit.
Two pass.
Thinks for a moment before letting it go. And Maureen take the blinds and antes for the 3rd time in a single orbit. So adding over $1 million to her stack. It was 2.2, is now 3.3. You see the power of those blinds and antes, adding them to your stack, giving you so much more ammunition to fire.
Four pass. Five pass. Six pass. Seven pass. It raised 350,000.
Gregory in the cutoff, raising 350,000. King, Queen of Diamonds.
One pass.
That is a good question in the Twitch chat. on the stream, I see. To answer your question, roughly and approximately in or around 11:30 Central European time. Can go a little longer than that, can be a little bit shorter, but that is in or around the average time. So plenty more action here with 16 remaining.
3 call.
And the Catalan going to defend here, it looks like, with the Queen 9 of clubs.
Heads up to the flop.
Putting in the additional 190k, and we will see a flop of nearly $1 million in it. Pre-flop already. Catalan needing a good flop. Having been dominated. Pre-flop, he hits a 9 on a really wet board. It is 9, 8, 7, 2 spades. Not much in it for Gregory, however. If I'm Catalan, I'm probably just going to donk, shove all in. Not risk any cards coming out that can hurt my hand. Got top pair. I've less than $1 million in my stack. There's already nearly $1 million in the pot, and I just want to take this down. Not give my opponent a free card. Deny him of equity. Round to Raul with ace-9 offsuit in the cutoff.
One raise, 350,000. 2 pass.
He will raise to 350k. Atlin, the small blind with ace-6 of hearts. And every player now guaranteed a little over €2,000, €2,105. Our first prize is €47,700. Our ninth place finisher will even receive €3,550, but top 4 finishers will get a World Series of Poker Europe main event day 1A ticket. This will be decided today. We will crown a champion live at the King's Resort in Rozvadov for the Dutch Classics main event. We'll be playing down to a winner. We will have a winner before midnight tonight, I would assume. Catalan on the button with ace-6 offsuit, playing a little over 10 big blinds, is going to put the last of their chips in the middle. Got a large pot of coffee for later if it's needed. I'll be with you till the bitter end of this tournament. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. I try to bring you all the action. $20 would be a bit of a stretch, all right, but we have our seatbelts and airbags ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Gregory from early position with King Queen offsuit. The raise to 350,000. Victoria will get out of the way with her pretty looking Jack 10 of hearts. And look at this, Maureen with the Space Cowboys. First time I've seen them all day. The Pocket Kings on the button. It's a big moment for her.
925.
Expect a 3-bet. And it does look in the region of about 900k. Bang. On the money, 925k.
6 plus.
Only problem is Gregory's hand is massively dominated and it'll be very hard for him to see a flop here. Out of position against Maureen with a stack of just 2 million behind. I don't know how hot it is here yet, but yesterday it was 25 to 28 degrees. And I have heard predictions of temperatures going at least 10 degrees higher than that in the coming weeks around UK and Ireland. Eco still playing 4 big blinds. Raul just under 40 big blinds, and you see how closely bunched all of our stacks are at this table, between 30 and 20 big blinds. It is all to play for here. I will keep well hydrated so I can bring you the action as best as I can as it unfolds. Thank you for that top tip. Round to Maureen in the cutoff with pocket 7s. She's nearly doubled her stack from that hand with the pocket kings and dealing the blinds and antes 3 times. It's great to see. Serdar with ace slickens on the button, and this could be trouble for Maureen. 3-bet from Serdar to 800k. Problem is Maureen is in a sticky situation. 450k more to see a flop out of position with pocket 7s. She has been quite disciplined so far. I would expect to see her get out of the way here. She does fold. That's a good fold by Maureen. Not wanting to see a flop out of position against Serdar. Victoria, the two ladies, two black queens raised to 375k. Serdar in the cutoff with ace queen offsuit. Just a call, and I like this controlling size of the pot. From such a early position raise. We will see a flop, 1.2 million in the middle. Victoria with two black queens. Serdar with ace queen offsuit. Smiling. The flop is king, king, 6. Victoria decides to check. Serdar with a quick check behind. The turn is the 9 of clubs. Victoria now with a queen high flush draw to go with her pocket queens. Not much in it for Serdar. The turn is gone. Check, check relatively quickly. The river is a 9. Now if I'm Victoria, this has to be the time to go for some value. Checked it over to her opponent once more. Would have liked to seen a bet on one of the streets, the flop, the turn, and or the river from Victoria. Wanting to get some value from an ace high or exactly like a hand that he had. There's another pot. One in the way of Victoria's. Round to Serdar. Pocket 9s in the hijack. Raised to 360k. No one really having anything. Would not be expecting Raul to defend with the Jack-5 offsuit here. He will put it in the muck. Serdar will take the blinds and antes, and we will move on to the next hand. 42 hands played so far. Dutch Classics main event, final day. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Third are one of the prettiest hands in the deck. That King Queen of clubs from early position. Decides to let it go. Queen Jack offsuit with a raise from Agnon. Being quiet is raising to 360k. Agnon will take the blinds and antes this time. And Victoria has folded her 7-6 offsuit in the big blind. Quite jealous of someone jumping into a swimming pool right about now. Enjoy the rest of your day. Round to Gregory. Björn, Frenchman, in the cutoff with Queen 7 of diamonds. The blinds have gone up yet again. The small blind is 100k, the big blind is 200k with a running 200k big blind ante. He's raised to 450k. This is going to put real big pressure on a lot of the stacks at the table because the stack sizes will have shifted and a lot of the players are playing very similar stack size to this table. Just taking down the blinds and antes now is worth $500,000 to your stack each time. Victoria gets out of the way with ace-9 offsuit. Catalin. Not going to be defending here. We're playing 1.8 million with Jack-6 offsuit. Important for the players to also stay hydrated. Days can be very long and grueling. You need to have your thinking cap on. Agnon raising to 450k with Jack-10 of spades from under the gun +1. Raoul thinking with the King Deuce of Hearts before letting it go. Victoria on the button does not want to play ace-4 of diamonds. Catalin ace-4 offsuit. Will pass. Maureen not going to play the 10-6 offsuit from the big blind, I would assume. Jack-10 of spades will most likely take down the blinds and antes and add $500,000 chips to their stack. Still 16 players remaining. 7 eliminations away from that final table. All in. Biko 255k with the Jack 3 of Hearts. Running on fumes with just over 1 big blind. Maureen with 10-8 offsuit in the small blind. Let it go. Third art with 55k more to call. We'll give him a spin. With an all in and a call. Third art with by far the best of it with King 9. Eco with live cards. Still a 40% chance that he will survive in this tournament. Otherwise we will have another elimination. We will see a flop. Queen 9-8. 2 hearts. A great start for Biko. Flush and straight draws. Pair of 9s ahead. Turn is a 7 of clubs. Biko needing help and he doesn't get it. It's an 8 of diamonds on the river. Biko will be our 15th place finisher. We will be down to 14 players. 5 eliminations away from the Dutch Classics main event final table. There is a small pay jump between 14th place and 13th place of about €300. 14th and 15th place will receive €2,367. 12th and 13th place will get €2,639. Back to the action. 15 remaining. Victoria in the hijack with ace-8 of clubs. Raising to 450k. Maureen on the button, lets ace-9 offsuit go. The average stack now approaching 5.2 million, 14 players remaining. $500,000 up for grabs every time you steal those blinds and antes. Victoria, 2 red ladies from under the gun +1, raising to 450k. Maureen folding, Queen Jack suited. One of the queens is gone. Round to Gregory in the big blind with ace deuce of clubs. We'll call 250k more and we will see a flop. $1.2 million in the pot already. Top is king, 9, 5. Rainbow. Backdoor clubs working for Gregory as well as straight draws. Victoria way with the best of it here. There are two red ladies, bets 300k. That's most likely going to get Gregory out of the way. Victoria will take that 1.5 million pot. Catalin with ace-9 offsuit. Folded around to the cutoff for Serdar with Queen Jack of Hearts. Raised to 450k. Look at this, Agnon on the button with a dominated hand in the ace queen offsuit. The 3-bet to 1.3 million. That's probably going to get Serdar out of the way. One of the nicest hands to see a flop with. Maybe he will want to see one for 800k more. But he does decide to let it go. And a good fold by Serdar. His opponent having him dominated. Round to Maureen, Queen Jack of Spades. Raises to 420. Round to Raoul, 9-7 of clubs in the small blind, 320k more to call. We'll put in that additional amount of chips. Victoria will get out of the way with her junk in the big blind. It's Maureen and Raoul. See a flop. The flop is good to Maureen. Top two pair, Queen, Jack, 3, Rainbow. Not much for Raoul here. Backdoor straight, flush possibilities. I'd expect Maureen to bet in or around 350, 400. That's 350k. And Raoul has different ideas. He wants to see a turn card. Calls the 350k. And the turn is the 6 of clubs. Giving Raoul a flush draw now. Maureen still with top two pair. Almost 2 million in this pot now. A check from Raoul. Maureen is putting an end to this. Going all in for 2.1 million. Just over pot she is jammed for. A lot for Raoul to call. He's only playing a stack of 4.8 million, so it would be about 40% of his stack to call off here. Just not a great price to call with just a flush draw. He will, after much deliberation, fold his 9 high flush draw. Maureen will take a sizable pot with her top two pair. Hello to new people just tuning in. I am your commentator and host for this event, Dan Rankin. Third hour here, folding the ace-9 of hearts from early position. Call the small blind, the 8-7 offsuit for Victoria. Catalan playing a stack of 1.3 million, checks his option. Flop, Jack 9, deuce. Victoria with a straight draw. Catalan, the top pair. A bet of 250,000 from Catalan. Victoria just lets it go. Only a 10 could give her a straight. Didn't fancy it with the 2 diamonds out there. Serdar reaching for chips with his ace-10 offsuit under the gun. Will raise to 425k. Gregory Earn, Frenchman with King Queen of Hearts from the hijack, playing a stack of just under 4 million. Weighing up his options, but I think he will go all in, and he does. Such a strong hand. King Queen suited. Deuces for Maureen. Want to get out of the way. Fold from Serdar. Gregory will take that pot. Add nearly a million to his stack. The Agnon, now our chip leader at this table with 30 big blinds. A lot of the other stacks bunched in between 20 to 28. Maureen with 17. And our short stack is Catalan playing 8 big blinds. Yes, if you're just tuning in, we are running a special promo just for stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10. Get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Round to Raul in the hijack with ace-10 of diamonds. Our fan favourite to take this event down so far today seems to be Maureen. A lot of support coming in for her. I am your commentator for the duration of this Dutch Classics main event. Name is Dan Rankin. Back to the action. Raul has raised to 450k in the hijack, and Victoria has called on the button with pocket eights, giving Serdar a great price with 10-8 of clubs in the big blind. Just having to put in 250k more to see a flop 3 ways with a pot of already 1.4 million. You will see a flop 3 ways. Top is ace, 3, 3, 2 hearts. Raul with the best of it here. Top pair, decent kicker.
One bet. 375,000. 375.
Raul with a bet of 375k. We've had another elimination, so just 13 players remaining. 9 will make our final table. Pocket eights will get out of the way. Third hour with a little cheeky grin, smiling over at Raul.
5 plus. Eight plus. One raise. 450. 2 pass. 3 pass.
And Raul with ace slickens, paying a stack of 6 million from under the gun plus 1 will raise to 450k.
4 plus. 5 plus.
Roll it around to the button to Maureen with ace 6 of diamonds, who will fold. The small and big blind will get out of the way and we will move on to the next hand.
6 plus.
Just the blinds and antes for Raul with his ace king offsuit.
One plus. 2 plus.
Battling in the hijack, playing a stack of 1.8 million in the hijack with ace 4 offsuit.
3 plus.
We have 13 players remaining from a starting field of 1,452.
5 plus.
There's 4 more eliminations and we will have our final table.
500.
Agnon with king 8 offsuit in the small blind. Rest of the players out the way and Agnon Gregory will just take the blinds and antes here.
Two pass.
Victoria will fold. Ace 9 offsuit under the gun.
Four pass.
Catalin out of the way. Round to Maureen. Won't be playing the 8-5 offsuit in the hijack.
Raise. 475.
And Serdar in the cutoff with King 10 offsuit, playing stack of 4.5 million. Will raise to 475k. And the Frenchman now playing a stack of 4.2 million. Ace Jack of hearts from the small blind.
8 raise all in.
Great opportunity to move all in. He does move all in for 4.2 million. 4.3 million total, sorry. Raoul with King Queen offsuit in the big blind. The raise and an all in front of him. Will let go of his King Queen offsuit and it's back to Serdar with King 10 offsuit, who will quickly let his hand go, concede his 475k chips. Gregory will add nearly 1 million chips to his stack.
Blinds. Three pass.
You can see the average stack is now over 5.5 million. Price of poker going up with these blinds.
Six pass. Eight raise. 500,000.
Gregory from the button will raise to a cool 500,000 with Queen Deuce of hearts.
Two pass.
Small blind and big blind will get out of the way. Victoria folding King 9 offsuit. Even more support coming in for Maureen now in the chat.
Four pass.
We'll see players' ranges tightening as we get closer to that final table.
Six pass.
Top 4 finishers of this event will receive a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket worth just over €10,000. The pressure is mounting for the players out there. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Not to mention playing for that title and the prize money of €47,700 for the winner.
Two raise. 450.
Raise from Victoria in the small blind with ace-6 offsuit. Catalan. Just 250k more to call with queen 3 of clubs. Getting quite short now, playing a stack of 1.4 million. All players now guaranteed a minimum of €2,639. Victoria will add the blinds and antes to her stack. Look at this, what a time to be alive, picking up the pocket rockets for the Israeli. Early position here, playing a stack of 6.2 million. Raising to 450k.
One pass, two pass. Three pass.
Catalan folding. King 10 offsuit in a small blind it looks like.
Four pass.
And Maureen 10-3 suited in the big blind, playing a stack of 3.1 million. No action for Agnon. The rich get richer, picking up ace slickens now under the gun, the ace king offsuit.
Raise 450.
Gregory turn, pocket sixes. Being a stack of 5.6 million. Really looking the part today. Really like that jumper he's wearing. The shades, the scarf. A good disciplined laydown from him here. Raoul with the 7-4 of clubs, folding in the cutoff. The hijack, sorry, Victoria in the cutoff with ace-10 offsuit. He will let that one go. Atlin with 9-6 of diamonds on the button, would his presume not getting involved.
Three pass.
Around to the small blind now for Maureen.
Break after this hand.
The dealer just announces there will be a break after this hand.
And five pass.
Serdar will get out of the way with a Jack-5 offsuit. 2 hands in a row for Agnon. We will have a short break, but do not go anywhere, guys. There's 13 players remaining as we crown a champion for the Dutch Classics Main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We're just going on a short break for 15 minutes. Stay tuned for more action.
Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello and welcome back to the Dutch Classics final day main event. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, I am your host for this evening, Dan Rankin. You can see the chip counts in front of us. We still have the exact same players at the table. Our chip leader is playing 32 big blinds. Meanwhile, our shortest stack is 5 big blinds. They're all grouped in or around that 15 to 25 big blind mark. Just waiting for play to get underway. Bringing you more action. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov for the finale of the Dutch Classics main event. All players now guaranteed €2,639, with our winner taking home the title of champion and €47,700. First, second, third and fourth place finishers in this event will also receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Waiting for the action to get back underway. Hope you've been enjoying all the coverage and commentary so far. I expect things are going to get a little bit crazier now as the blinds go up more. And we are only 4 eliminations away from the final table. 8-7, the diamonds under the gun for Gregory. Small blind 125,000, big blind 250,000 with a 250k running ante. There's 13 players remaining from a starting field of 1,452. Serdar with Jack 4 of diamonds in the small blind going to complete. And Agnon going to see a flop with his 10-9 offsuit. The flop is ace, 10, 5, 1 spade. A check from Serdar over to Agnon. Agnon bet of 375k is just going to get Serdar to fold. Just jack high. More good looks for Maureen in the chat. Seems to be the fan favourite of today. The average stack now approaching 5.6 million. Ace Jack offsuit for Raoul, playing a stack of 6 million under the gun. We'll put a raised size together of 550,000 it looks like. Agnon in the small blind with ace-9 offsuit. That's just going to get everyone to fold. Hold it around to the woman of the hour, Maureen. Paying a stack of 3 million. Going to min raise to 500k. Raoul with 9-6 offsuit in the big blind. Just 250k to call if he wants to see a flop. I expect he will let this one go, but it is great price. Is mulling this one over, but I'd expect him to just put it in the muck, and he does. Certainly enjoying herself at the table, which is great to see. It's great for the game. From the few streams I've been doing, I can see that there's a lot of camaraderie at the table between players. It seems like a very friendly, non-toxic environment, which is brilliant for the game. It's highly encouraged. Catalan all in the last 1.3 million. The ace-5 offsuit. Will take down at much needed blinds and antes, adding 625k to his 1.3 million stack. It's just huge at this late stage of the tournament. Agnon with Queen Jack offsuit and the hijack raising to 550k. Paying a stack of just under 8 million. Just over 8 million, I should say. Raoul with ace-9 of spades on the button. Deciding whether to just call on the button, 3-bet, maybe even go all in. Looks like a 3-bet. Three bet to 1.5 million. Action back to Agnon. We will let that one go, and Raoul will pick up that pot, add 1.2 million to his stack. round to the cut-off for 4-3 of hearts for Raoul. Thanking for a moment before letting it go. Catalan in the small blind with 9-6 off suit. Want to give Maureen a walk with her ace queen off suit. Round to the hijack, Raoul with Jack 5 off suit. Perhaps trying to run the clock a little bit, being just 4 eliminations away from the final table. Ace queen off suit here for our short stack, playing 1.3 million. They will move all in. There, there. 1 more million to call. May feel like he's priced in here with 5 big blinds. But it is a sizable portion of his stack, considering he is only playing 2.9 million himself. Just depends on how tight or how loose we just think our opponent is shoving into us from the button. His body language would indicate that he's going to fold. Serdar gets out the way. He would have had live cards, albeit the ace queen had him in trouble. So here's an update of the chip count, and it's Agnon with 31 big blinds out in front with 7.8 million. Raoul on his heels, 28 big blinds, 7.2 million. Our short stack playing just under 2 million, and they're all kind of grouped in together between 3 and 5 million. I see people asking about Olaf in the chat. He had a stack of about 10 million and lost 4 million in a hand where he had queens that ran straight into aces, and he had about 6 million left after that hand. He got moved table, and I've not heard from the man since. He was the overwhelming chip leader to start the day with, starting the day with 9.8 million. Meanwhile, it's Serdar, all in with ace 10 of clubs into Agnon, all in for 2.9 million. Agnon with an ace as well. Ace 4 offsuit. Playing a stack of 7.3 million. Does he want to call here for 2.6 million to call? And he does make a good laydown. This late stage, you didn't want to risk nearly 3 million chips with ace 4 offsuit in the big blind, and I don't blame him. Yes, you can be the chip leader of any stage of the tournament, but the blinds will go up, and if you don't play a certain number of hands, or a certain number of hands don't go your way, the blinds will eat you alive. It is a game of massive swings. It's a very cruel game at times. You can win 10 hands in a row, but you could also just lose 10 hands in a row. So being chip leader at the start of the day does not really mean that much. It's Raul raising to 550k from under the gun with ace 9 offsuit. Round to the small blind, Vagnon gets out the way, and Gregory with 10-8 offsuit in the big blind. Have to put in an additional 300k to see a flop. He's getting nearly 4-1, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him flick this in. We will see a flop, 1.5 million in the middle. Flop is ace, 9, 8, rainbow. Top 2 for Raul. Small piece of it for Gregory. Bet of 650k from Raul with his top 2 pair. How does the Frenchman want to call? With his bottom pair and some backdoors. Tries to let it go. Delighted to hear you are availing of using the promo code. If you are looking to buy some merchandise, you can buy merchandise from the King's shop to dress like a king. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% discount. Hold around to the small blind for Gregory. Gregory has shoved all in from the small blind here into Raul's big blind. The 10-9 offsuit. Not going to be good enough to call an all in with. And he will fold after posturing. Maureen with king 10 off suit from early position will let it go. Round to Agnon in the cut-off with a7 off suit. Gregory letting his jack 8 offsuit go, and Raoul with pocket 9s in the small blind. Depends what way Raoul wants to play this. You want to go for a 3-bet? You want to go all in? Or does you want to just call and see a flop? This late stage, I think calling might be best. We will see a flop. Flop is Queen, Jack, or Rainbow. Not much here for Agnon. 2 overcards to Raoul's pocket 9s. A check from Raoul. The check from Agnon. Turn is the Queen of Clubs. Another check from Raoul. Agnon now with a bet of 600,000. Raoul probably going to call once and see a river card. A lot of draws out there and hands that feel compelled to bluff on this turn. The river is the king of clubs. 3 million in this pot now. If Raoul checks, which he probably will, does Agnon go for it or just give up, because it is a very bad river? All the draws get there. Flop will go check, check, and Raoul will win this nice pot. Raoul getting nearly 2 million chips richer. Getting his opponent to bluff on that turn. See, Catalan now with 7 big blinds, still our short stack. Raoul now our chip leader, 37 big blinds, approaching 10 million chips. Nearly double the chip count of anyone else at the table. A lot of our middle stacks struggling there in the 10 to 20 big blind mark. So much play left, of course, as we edge closer to that final table.
6 plus. 8 plus.
Third hour. Ace Jack of Spades raising to 650k. Down to Catalan. Just folds the big blind, and Serdar will take the blinds and antes. His ace jack of spades. Raul going to posture with Queen 6 off suit and the cut-off. Can afford to take a little bit of time in between hands. Playing a stack of 10 million. Victoria with King Queen of Spades on the button, playing a stack of 4 million. Will raise to 625k. Maureen will most likely get out the way with just 8 high. Nines and antes will go to Victoria, and we will move on to hand number 74, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. You are watching the Dutch Classics main event, final day, on this glorious July afternoon. Gregory with King Jack off suit. Early position, playing a stack of just under 5 million. Raise to 500,000. Raul in the hijack with ace 7 off suit. Will fold, and Victoria will fold 9-8 off suit. Atlin will get out of the way with Jack 3 off suit. Maureen will fold her small blind. Now Serdar with Queen 7 of spades. Getting a great price to see a flop with his suited hand. Will flick in the additional 250k. We will see a flop. There's 10, 9, 3, 1 spade. Gregory still with the best hand with a straight draw and his king high also. Serdar has some backdoor spades working for him. Just queen high at the moment. A check over to Gregory. Does Gregory want to see? Oh, Greg checks back, and the turn is the deuce of clubs. Another check from Serdar. Now, if I'm Gregory, the time to deny our opponent equity. Bet something blockerish sizing. A bet of 250k. Going to get the job done. A nice pickup there from Serdar. Around to Catalan. The cut-off with ace-6 of spades. Moving all in for 1.3 million. Serdar. The hand that probably wants to go all in here with pocket sevens. Difficult spot for him here with 13 players remaining. Just 1.1 million more for him to call. Maybe he will not want to take a coin flip at this stage, and he does fold the pocket sevens, leaving the door open for Agnon here to call and try eliminate a player for just 1 million more. Agnon deciding that ace-9 offsuit is not what he wants to gamble with here and letting it go. You can see the pressure these all-ins are having on opponents here as we get close to that final table and that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. You see the power the all-in has there. Atlin picking up much needed chips and dominated in 2 spots, getting their opponent to fold. Sensational scenes here, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Hold it around to Serdar with Queen-9 offsuit. Being a stack of just over 3 million. We'll get out the way. Agnon in the small blind with 5.3 million with King-Jack offsuit. We'll just call the additional 125k. Grigory, 8 deuce of clubs. Sorry, Agnon was raised to 500 to 600k. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600k is the raise from the small blind with the King-Jack offsuit. And Gregory looking like he wants to see a flop here with 8 deuce suited for 350k more. The flop. King, Queen, deuce. Agnon with a bet of 750k. Thank you, moderator. Have a nice time at the game. I will see you soon. No doubt. Gregory with a pair of deuces and some backdoors. Not done with this hand yet, it seems. The 750k bet represents a significant percentage of his stack.
8 plus. I said 8 plus. Yes, sir.
He will eventually let his pair of deuces go. Good fold. Agnon scooping that pot.
Two plus. 3 plus. 4 plus. 5 plus. 6 plus.
It's around to Agnon on the button. Playing 6 or 7 handed now. Agnon has limped, it looks like, on the button with 6-4 offsuit. Grigory, Jack 10 offsuit in the small blind, has decided to complete. We will see a flop. Agnon had actually folded on the button, which I had suspected was the case. Now it is Jack 10 of Gregory. Raoul with 10 deuce offsuit. On a really wet board of 8, 5, 4, 2 hearts. Lots of straight, flush, 2 pairs, opportunities out there. Neither player with much of it. Turn is a 7 of diamonds. The option back on the Frenchman.
Bet 300.
He is finding a bet of 300k here.
One race.
I'm Raoul. I don't know how believable this is. He's putting together a race. There's a raise to 925k. With just 10 deuce offsuit. Grigori not believing this. I don't know what he can do here. His hands are tied. We will have to let this one go if to fight another day.
Lines up. 1 250, 300, 300. Won it.
You've heard the man. The blinds are up. The small blind is now 150,000. The big blind is now 300,000, with a big blind ante of 300,000.
Three pass. Four pass.
Yes, the ICM is playing a large part in people's decisions. Well observed. There is significant pay jumps, and of course, I keep mentioning the top 4 finishers are going to have additional value of a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, which is just a staggering amount of value to play for in a buy-in of less than €300. Back to the action is Serdar with 2 red jacks from the hijack, raising to 750k off a stack of just over 3 million.
One pass.
Raul with a small bit of stalling. I believe you have to play A1A if you win the ticket, as to know whether it's got to do with if you can late reg or play from the start. I cannot answer that question. I presume if you win a ticket for an say day 1A, then you can play it from any moment of that day.
Four pass. Five pass. Six raise, 750. Eight pass.
Round to Agnon with ace queen off suit and the hijack, paying just over 6 million to start the hand. Raising to 750k.
One pass. Two pass.
Round to Catalin with ace 10 off suit and the big blind,
Three raise all in. Six.
and a good opportunity to move the last of your chips into the middle here with ace 10 off suit. That's an all in, and we're going to have an all in and a call here. Agnon's ace queen against Catalin's ace 10 off suit. The Romanian going to need some help, some straight possibilities, or a 10, maybe some flush with that ace of spades. Otherwise, we are going to have a 13th place elimination. Flop is king 6 deuce. Not a great flop for the ace 10. Agnon way out in front with 83% favourite. Turn is a 3 of spades, sending Catalin closer to the door. Less than 10% chance now. This is the 8 of spades is no good. We have our 13th place finisher. The ace 10 offsuit cannot beat the ace queen this time.
Sit open.
We are down to 12, ladies and gentlemen, here live at the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 12th and 13th place get €2,639. 10th to 11th place will get €2,949. A little bit of a pay jump now. The next person eliminated. 12 remaining.
5 plus. 6 plus.
Do believe all the information about the World Series of Poker Europe main event is online. I don't know. There was preliminary dates booked. I am not sure if everything is... The World Series of Poker Europe is definitely official, but the exact dates I cannot clarify. Although I believe it is the middle of October to the very start of November, so it's about 17 or 18 day festival. It spans close to 3 weeks, I think. So plenty of action to be had at King's Casino around that time. If you haven't had the chance to visit the King's Resort, I can't recommend it enough. Something for everyone. We've had another elimination, so we have 11 players remaining now. The average stack is 6.6 million. We are 2 eliminations away from our final table of the Dutch Classics main event, paying for that whopping first prize of €47,700 and the title, the Dutch Classics Champion 2022. There is usually 6 World Series of Poker Europe tickets allocated to events, sometimes 4. I don't know if there's even more than 6 tickets to some events. The average is more than 3, less than 10. The tickets are added value, yes. And look at this, Raul with Ace King off suit. Playing a stack of 10 million now, just 2 eliminations away from the final table. Will raise to 650k from the hijack. Third art will get out of the way with King 10 off suit. And Raul will just take that one down with his Ace King off suit. And Raul will fold King 7 off suit from under the gun here.
5 raise,
Maureen gets out the way around to the button for Serdar. Ace 3 off suit, playing a stack of 3.9 million. He will raise to 750k. The blinds and antes will go Serdar's way as he will pick that up. Much needed pick up with his stack. Just to clarify, guys, the number of the World Series of Poker Europe seats awarded depends on the guarantee. For example, with a 300,000 guarantee, there'll be 4 seats. 400k guarantee will have minimum of 5 seats. A 500k guarantee will have 6 seats. Around to Agnon on the button, playing a stack of 7.5 million. Grigori moving his last 3.6 million in the middle here with ace deuce offsuit. Raoul tanking with 7-5 offsuit in the big blind. Grigori will take that down.
Okay guys, change the other bucket.
Being updated the chip counts there. Raoul out in front with 34 big blinds, playing a stack of 10 million. Maureen, our fan favourite, poker event organiser and friend of Kings. One of the people behind the Swiss Poker Open is our short stack, playing a stack of 7 big blinds. The rest of our players kind of bunched in the middle as we are only 2 eliminations away from the final table. Round to Raoul, the Queen 5 of diamonds in the small blind. Victoria will check her option with 6-4 offsuit. The flop is Queen, 10, 6, 2 spades. Raoul will check. Victoria with a pair of 6s will check behind. Control the size of this pot, and the turn is a 9 of hearts. Bet of 425k on this scary-ish board now. Straights and flush draw possibilities. We'll get the pair of 6s to fold. And a show from Raoul. Raoul on the button with 7-5 offsuit. Weighing up his options. He can put a lot of pressure on these stacks. He does eventually let it go. Victoria folding the small blind, giving Maureen a walk. And it's folded around to Raoul once again with the same hand, 7-5 offsuit. Put off folds, the button folds around to the fan favourite Maureen. It's her turn to give a walk. Good time to give a walk with Serdar holding ace jack of clubs. We agree. 10-9 of diamonds. Nice suited hand. Paying a stack of 4.2 million. With just under 15 big blinds, we'll let that hand go. Knowing the magnitude, being just 2 eliminations away from the final table. Round to Maureen on the button, who can't play 9-8 offsuit. Serdar with 5 deuce suited. Agnon will check his option with 4-3 offsuit. We will see a flop, 900k in the middle. Flop is queen, 10, 9, 2 hearts. Terrible flop for both players. Check, and the turn comes the king of clubs. Turn is check again. The river putting it straight on the board with the jack of hearts. I assume neither player are going to try rep an ace in that situation, so we'll just go check, and they will chop that one up. Players must be really feeling the pressure out there, but they still have time for the odd joke and smile, which is great to see. And Maureen picks up a really nice hand with ace king offsuit and the cutoff. Playing a stack of just 2.3 million has moved all in. That's going to be folded around to the big blind with ace nine of spades. Really nice suited hand for the Frenchman. This is a huge moment. All in from the cutoff for less than 2.5 million. He's only playing a stack of about 3.6 million himself. He calls, he will get the bad news that he is dominated. He's got a pretty strong holding in ace nine of spades. This is a huge decision. The turning point, the tournament for both players. You can see from his body language that he really wants to call. He's picked up chips, and that would indicate that they are going to go in. He does go in one of those pink chips, and that means call. This is a huge moment for the fan favourite Maureen. The Frenchman is in serious trouble and is going to need a 9. It is Maureen who is at risk. 5 million pot. The flop is 8, 8, 5, 1 spade. Maureen in the lead. Gregory needing a 9. Some running spades. Maybe some chop opportunities. The turn is the queen of diamonds. Gregory needing a 9 or a 5 for a chop or a queen. The river is a 3, and that's a huge pot for Maureen. Massive double up for the fan favourite, friend of kings. She'll be delighted, a big smile on her face. Get some well-earned, patient, well-deserved chips. So much support out for Maureen in the chat. The Frenchman really did have such a strong holding, playing such short-handed poker. It seems like a great spot for him to call. I can't blame him at all. Maureen just had such a huge holding. It is easy to think that it's such an easy call. But we are 2 off a final table, playing for huge sums of cash. Players have been playing for days, and there's that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket at stake. All decisions are magnified by every player at the table. The Frenchman has picked up ace king suited himself this time. This most likely means Raoul is going to get out of the way with ace 9 offsuit. Agnon is priced in. And we will be off to the races, but an ace will be folded. But Raoul has decided get out of the way. And Agnon has folded. Where he's called for the additional 875k. The graphics have failed me momentarily. We are off to the races. The Ace King of Spades at 45%. The Pocket Sevens at 55%. This is a big moment for both players. 5.2 million in the middle. Flop is 555. Agnon with a great flop, flopping a full house. Not much changing here. Grigory needing an ace or a king. The turn is a 10 of spades. Spades no good. Grigory needing an ace or a king, or he will be our 11th place finisher. It is a 4 of clubs. Grigory has been eliminated in 11th place. And Agnon will win that 5 million pot. Put his chip count above 10 million. We are going to be on the final table bubble, guys. All players now guaranteed €2,949. We are one elimination away from that final table. Jack 10 offsuit for Maureen. She's going to put that in the muck. Third are with ace deuce of spades from the hijack. Playing a stack of just under 5 million. Around to Raoul in the small blind with ace queen offsuit. You expect him to be putting the pressure on Victoria here. He does just move all in, and Victoria would need a very strong hand to call here. Queen 8 offsuit is not going to be one of them. That will go in the muck. Raoul will take blinds and antes. The button will get moved and we will move on to the next hand. Things are heating up here at the Dutch Classics main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, as we will crown a champion tonight. Let me know in the chat who you think's going to take this one down. I suppose we will have to see who's at the outer table before we can make decisions on that. Our fan favourite certainly seems to be Maureen. Raoul has been playing quite clever and would be one of my picks currently. Depends how much momentum is with specific players at the time. Agnon getting out of the way with Jack 10 offsuit. Raoul from the cutoff with pocket fours. He will raise to 650k. Serdar will get out of the way with his Jack 5 offsuit. Raul will take the blinds and antes. As we move closer and closer to that final table. Serdar with Queen 4 offsuit in the small blind. Just completing. Agnon with 4-3 offsuit. Going to check his option. Flop is ace, 10, 7, all spades. Check from Serdar. A check back from Agnon. Turn with the 8 of clubs. Either player with much here. Serdar going to take the initiative and bet 375k, and that is a good pick up from him with just Queen High.
I know, but my nothing was very bad. And the worst nothing. What? Yes,
Maureen in the cutoff with ace 5 offsuit. Playing a stack of 4.2 million. Let that one go. Agnon from the small blind, raising into the wrong man. Raul with Queen 3 of clubs. Agnon getting jiggy with it here with 7 deuce offsuit, raising to 750k, knowing it is the final table bubble. Raul will commit the additional 450k, and we will see a flop. 1.8 million in the pot. A check from Agnon. A check back from Raoul. Third card is the Three of Diamonds. Agnon must know that 7 high is not going to be good at showdown. He does decide check it over to Raoul, and Raoul will bet with his pair of threes 550k. And Raoul will take this one down. Paying a stack of 12 million now. And you've heard the man. Small blind is now 200,000. Big blind is now 400,000. With a big blind running ante of 400,000. Maureen, 2 blackjacks. A stack of just over 10 big blinds of 4.2 million will move into the middle. And Raoul will fold, and Victoria in the big blind with ace jack of hearts. Want to put in her last 2 million, and Maureen is in great shape here. Really great shape. Victoria has been patient and played well, but needs big help against the pocket jacks. Maureen, a 70% favourite here to make it to the final table with a decent enough chip stack. Victoria will need some hearts or an ace or some straight draws. Something, and that is not something. That is 5, 5, 4, 2 clubs. Just a 16% chance for Victoria now. Maureen way out in the lead. The turn is the 8 of diamonds. Victoria is going to need an ace, and an ace only. Otherwise, she is going to be our 10th place finisher. And it is an 8 of clubs. Good game, Victoria. You are our 10th place finisher. And guys, we have our final table. And the fan favourite is one of those 9, Maureen. Now playing a stack. Nearly 7 million, I believe. Don't go anywhere. We are going to take a short break. Get this final table lined up. We will be back for more action as we crown a champion of the Dutch Classic main event this evening, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Stay tuned.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the final table is set for the Dutch Classics main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I am your host for the evening and the conclusion of this tournament. My name is Dan Rankin and you are very welcome back. Without further ado, let's get back to the action. And look, here our final table is set. In seat 1, we have Raul George Sav, the Romanian. Seat 2, the Italian Rolando Camardese. We have Adrian Erasu, also Romanian, playing a stack of 9.5 million. We have Philipp Krieger, Germany, playing 8.4 million. Ahad Agnon from Israel, paying 8.1 million. The Swiss woman Maureen Lauschlinger, paying 6.7 million. We have Sirdar Tayar, the German, playing 12 big blinds with 4.9 million. And a fan favourite that was getting asked for in the chat earlier, Olaf, is still in with 7 big blinds, playing a stack of 3.1 million. Just waiting for the action to get restarted. Going to be an action-packed final table, I can feel it. Thank you very much for your comment in the chat from the moderator, Jay Visello. I will try to give you some entertaining comments as the final table progresses. And hello to anyone else joining in the Twitch stream chat as we crown a champion tonight. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We will play down to a winner, and our winner will take home €47,700. And our top 4 finishers will all receive a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket worth over €10,000. So you are going to watch the action get really strange and creative as we get down to the last 5 to 6 players left, and they will be on a bubble that will also contain a €10,000 ticket, as well as the pay jumps and the title they are playing for. The pressure is mounting. Thank you for joining us on this lovely July evening. Let us know who your favourites are in the chat. A lot of love and support coming in for Maureen Blauschlinger from Switzerland. Been very fun to watch at the table. A pleasant disposition about her, always smiling. Just happy to be there, and it's lovely to see. And that's it. Our final table is underway, guys. Look who we have back. Olaf. Albeit he has a much shorter stack than yesterday. Pocket sevens for Adrian in the cutoff. Playing a stack of just under 10 million. Small blind is 200,000. Big blind is 400,000 with a 400,000 big blind running ante. You can see in the top right corner of your screen, 9 players remain from a starting field of 1,452 players. And Raoul picking up pocket 9s in the small blind.
One race. 2,250,000. 2 pass.
Coming in with the 3-bet to 2.3 million here. Putting the pressure back on Adrian. Difficult spot for Adrian. Raoul will take that one down. With his pocket 9s. I see a comment there about the sound quality. I am using a brand new microphone and headset with noise cancelling. Also, so I can only bring the best sound quality that this headset is available to me. For the most part, it seems like everyone has heard me coherently and clearly all day.
His line, put the cards on the line, but the other line.
Round to Agnon with King 10 offsuit.
Next to one.
Being a stack of 8.1 million will get out of the way.
6 plus. 7 plus. 8 plus. Can you throw? The cards? Thank you. 7, 8, 9 plus.
For all you stream viewers, you are looking to shop for merchandise on the King's shop. You can look like a king and you can get 10% discount using the code STREAM10. All information about the King's Resort you can find at the website www.kingsresort.com.
2 plus.
Rolando will fold in the small blind. Philip will take down the blinds and antes with his King 10 of hearts.
Five plus. 6 plus. 7 plus. 8 plus.
It is all to play for here at this final table, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We will crown a winner and a champion.
One pass.
Round to Rolando.
2 raise.
5-4 of diamonds on the button. Raise to 1.1 million. Quite a strong raise from the button from Rolando, the Italian. That is going to get Philippe Reiger to fold his King 10 suited from the small blind.
Must we go? Yeah.
King of diamonds off.
Sirdar with King Queen of clubs under the gun, paying just under 5 million. He's into a full table here.
6 plus. Guys, throw the cards to the side.
Cards to the deal.
Thank you. 6, 7, 8, 9.
Don't blame him for folding there. Into a full table. Hey, jump's just going to get bigger and bigger from here. Around to Raoul. The hijack with ace-9 offsuit. Paying a stack of 15 million.
2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
You can only hear a small amount from the table. The table mic was never that loud to begin with. And if that is what you were referring to earlier about the sound quality, back to the action. All players now have locked up a minimum of €3,550. Our top 5 places, top 4 will get that ticket and a minimum €15,000. We're playing for significant sums of cash here and the title of the Dutch Classics Champion 2022 live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It's our only Dutchman at the final table,
8 pass,
I do believe.
9 pass,
Playing a stack of 14 million under the gun here with ace-9 of diamonds. He will raise to 850k. Raoul with ace-8 of clubs.
1 call, 850,
Weighing up his options here. Does he want to call or 3-bet? Maybe fold.
2 pass, 3 pass,
He's going to call for 850k.
5 pass,
Olaf out of the way on the button. Agnon folding the Jack-10 offsuit.
six pass, full heads up,
We will see a flop. 2.7 million in the pot already. Ace-8 of clubs for Raoul. Ace-9 of diamonds for Ronald. Flop is King, Queen, 6. Rainbow. Not much there for either player.
7 bet, 1.1 million,
Not going to slow Ronald down. Ronald going to bet somewhere in the region of 1 million, 1.1 million from Ronald. Now Raoul. Not much going on from here, apart from the back doors.
one pass,
He does fold his ace-8. Nice pick up for Ronald.
good luck,
Long time no see. 400. So I can't speak to my parents, the kids.
You see Olaf, clearly our short stack with 5 big blinds. Ronald playing a stack of 15 million. Our big stack approaching almost 40 big blinds, and everyone bunched in between that 10 to 35-ish big blind mark.
130. 8 plus. 9 plus.
Round to Philip, who's raising with 10-8 offsuit from the hijack to 850k, playing a stack of just over 8 million. Serdar, ace king of diamonds, the small blind. Great time to pick a hand up this strong. That's going to be a 3-bet. With virtually just putting himself all in. It's a 3-bet to 2.3 million. Ronald had tried to call out a turn. So he will just fold, concede. Round to Agnon in the cutoff. Queen Jack off suit. Raising to 850k. Fold from the small blind from Ronald. A really nice hand. Ace 10 of spades for Adrian in the big blind. You will see a flop by putting in the additional 450k. Flop is king, 9, deuce, 2 spades. Foot shot straight draw for Agnon. Flush, nut flush draw and the ace high for Adrian. Bet of 1.1 million from Agnon. Now if you're Adrian, you want to just call and see a turn, or do you want to play for it all, knowing you've got the nut flush draw? An ace that's probably good if you do hit and did get it all in. The additional added bonus of just taking down the pot now. He is going to raise 3.1 million. Agnon just with Queen Jack, needing a 10 for a straight, no spades. Most likely just going to have to let this go. I don't think Adrian is going to be folding for the rest of the chips. So again, it's pretty much an all-in situation when he check raises to that amount. Unless he was bluffing himself. Folded around to Rolando with ace-8 of diamonds.
You raise 1.1. Sorry. Put the cards on the line.
Ace-6 of diamonds raising to 1.1 million. And Philippe Steiger from Germany with ace-queen offsuit next to his opponent. Great spot for him to go all in, but there's a lot of pressure with these pay jumps and the ticket at stake, and a lot of players to act behind him. I do think we will see him move all in. He does. Rolando has got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. The shy baby don't get any sweets, but all the sweets will go to Philip in this hand. A nice takedown pre-flop for Philip.
This is the extra one.
You're just tuning in, you're watching the Dutch Classics Main event, final table, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I am your host for this evening, Dan Rankin. You have not missed much of this final table. There is still 9 remaining. They're all playing that first prize and to become the Dutch Classics champion. Take home that first prize of €47,700. First, second, third and fourth will get the additional €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. It's all to play for here. Things are just heating up. Rolando has raised to 1.1 million, this time with ace-10 offsuit from under the gun. Adrian on the button with a dominating hand with ace-jack offsuit. Not a nice place to be in with nearly a full raise to over $1 million. Playing just 4.1 million behind. It looks quite strong. Will call on the button. And out of his 3 options, I think I like this the most. We will see a flop. 3.2 million chips in the middle already. Flop 6 deuce deuce. Rolando moving all in for 4.1 million. Putting the pressure majorly back on Adrian here. I honestly don't know what to do in Adrian's shoes. We do beat some ace-high hands. But if we were to call and get shown ace-queen or ace-king, it would just be a nightmare situation when we are playing a stack of about 10 million. You can also have, he shows, you could also have a lot of pairs that are dominating us on that 6-6 deuce. 6 deuce deuce. So overall, he's made a disciplined, good laydown with the ace-jack, facing Rolando's range stronger than it actually was. But he will be a bit sickened to see ace-10 offsuit. I had Agnon moving all in with big slickens, ace-king offsuit from early position here. And Rolando with king-queen offsuit in the big blind. But it's for nearly all of his chips. this stack size and this pressure and these pay jumps, it's just going to be too much chips for Rolando to call here with the King Queen offsuit. Agnon will take the blinds and antes. Hello and thank you for your question. No Frenchman or woman made the final table. We lost the Frenchman in 11th place. 11th or 12th place, if I recall correctly. But you have plenty of other action from various different nationalities going on at this final table. The diversity is great to see. Olaf, not wanting the blinds and antes to hit him, is taking a stand here all in with 5-3 of diamonds under the gun for 2.1 million. Getting through so far. Raul not going to be calling with 10 high. Rolando now gets out of the way with ace-10 offsuit, and Olaf has picked up the blinds and antes with 5-3 of diamonds under the gun. A surprising fold with the ace-10 offsuit. Indeed. And Rolando, is it just me, or does he have a look of a Hector Salamanca from Breaking Bad about him? It is easy to look in at this final table and see players make really tight folds and really loose shoves. But the magnitude, these pay jumps, the title and the World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket is playing in all these players' minds. Decision fatigue sets in, and it is a very real factor. It's a very real factor in all the players' heads. You can only make so many good decisions before playing for days sets in your brain, and that is just the simple facts of deep stack tournament poker that goes on for days on end. That is why the best in the world train like athletes for these events, such as the one that they're playing for a ticket for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Yes, do watch the latest season of Better Call Saul. It is very good. Someone get that man a bell. It's two snowmen for Raul in the hijack. Raising to 850k, playing a stack of 14 million. That's going to get a fold from everyone. Raul scoops the million, adds it to his stack, and we will move on to hand 110 of the day. Nice to see 420 of you tuning in to watch the conclusion of the Dutch Classics main event, and we crown a champion tonight. Players have been playing some grueling poker for a couple of days now. I expect to see fireworks as we get closer and closer to the top four. Raul with the King 10 of spades, raising to 850k. And Sirdar taking a stand with his ace-7 offsuit for 5.4 million against Raul, who he knows is going to be raising very loose, given the dynamic, the pay jumps, the ticket, the title, and just the overall magnitude of this final table. The momentum has been with Raul for quite some time now. Sirdar has seen enough. And we know this is most likely going to work. Great timing by Sirdar here. Yes, we can be dominated and called, but he knows how loose Raul is going to be opening. Seizing the opportunity to re-steal this, keep himself going in this game, and add at least 1 million chips to his stack uncontested. Well, I'd be lying if I said I expected that shove from Sirdar, but I really think it was a great play. Yes, guys, don't forget your 10% discount at King's Shop. You can dress like a king. I don't think in ICM the A7 off is that good of a shove either, but I feel Sirdar thought he was getting picked on a little bit. They have got history. They've been playing together all day today at the same table. He decided to take a stand, and I can't blame him. Meanwhile, back to the action. Maureen, the Swiss favourite, friend of Kings, raising under the gun +1 with ace-4 of diamonds to 800k. Playing a stack of about 5 million behind. Everyone will fold and Maureen will add 1 million chips to her stack. Good girl, Maureen. Hold it all the way around to Philip. Ace, 3 of hearts. Blinds are up again now, guys. You see, the small blind is now 250,000. The big blind is 500,000. 500k big blind running ante. Around to Ronald. 10-7 of clubs in the small blind. He will raise to 1.1 million. Adrian with 9-8 off is going to call to see a cheap flop for 600k more. Flop is ace jack 8, 2 diamonds. Pair of 8s for Adrian. Inside straight draw for Ronald. Expect Ronald to bet something small with his gut shot. Yeah, in or around 800k is what I predicted, and I think it's exactly that. Yeah, betting 800k. Expect Adrian to call one street here, but he might just think the board is too dangerous and give it up, and he just lets it go. Okay. Well played, Ronald. You see the updated the chip counts there. Olaf, our short stack with 4 big blinds. Ronald, our big stack with 30. And it's all to play for here. A lot of our stacks in between that 15 to 30 big blinds-ish range. And actually, 5 of our stacks are under 20 big blinds. 10, 13, 13, 14, 15 and 17. Raul with 28. Third dart in the cutoff with Queen Jack off suit. Stack of 6.6 million. Maureen. Getting a walk, I believe. Olaf with Queen 5 of clubs playing a stack of 4 big blinds. Decides to make a move here. Move all in. And everyone folds around to Raoul, who will commit the additional 1.6 million, and Olaf is going to be at risk here. Raoul with the best hand with ace-4 offsuit. The chance to knock out a player and get closer to that title and the ticket. Olaf needing a queen or a 5 or some clubs. Not too many clubs or the ace will have him beat. Thought is 5 million. It's a king, ace, 7. That is terrible news for Olaf. Raoul with top pair. And Olaf will need some runners. That is not one of them, is the 6 of spades, and that is going to do it. That is going to eliminate the first player from our final table. Olaf from the Czech Republic will be our 9th place finisher and will take home €3,550. Raoul will stack those chips. We will now be playing 8-handed. All players are now guaranteed €4,535. Round to Raoul with pocket jacks. He is in the small blind, so it looks like he's just going to call with his pocket jacks, try set a trap. Rolando will check his option with 9-7 offsuit, and we will see a flop. Flop is queen, 10-5, 2 diamonds. Check from Raoul. Rolando with a bet of 500k. Quick call from Raoul. 2.5 million in the pot now as we go to the turn card. Is the ace of diamonds. Raoul with a flush draw to go with his pocket jacks, but there is 2 overcards out there. Rolando with a 9 diamonds, but it would be no good if the 4th diamond came off. Rolando with a bet of 1.4 million. Now if I'm Raoul, how believable is it that Rolando would check behind an ace in the big blind? It would be likely he would check behind on the turn with a pair of queens or a pair of 10s. We will see Raul put in the additional chips of 1.4 million. And we will see a river with 5.3 million in the middle. The river is another queen, the queen of clubs. A check from Raul. And Rolando has to know he cannot win with 9 high at showdown. He's probably trying to get his opponent to fold something like a pair of 10s or 5. Although I think Raul would fold a 5 on the turn, so maybe a pair of 10s. And Rolando is reaching. A bet of 1.7 million. Cool as you like. Problem with this bet size is Raul is getting good odds to call with his pair of jacks. This is a huge hand for both players. Raul was originally setting the trap by limping in the small blind with 2 jacks. Rolando has bet all 3 streets. But Raul does not believe Rolando. Makes a good call. That is a big shift in momentum. Raul winning an 8.7 million pot. Gotta admire the moxie of Rolando there. That will leave him with 5 big blinds, and after that call, Raul is our chip leader, playing 42 big blinds with 21 million. And then the rest of our players are in between that 10 to 30 big blind range. 30, 17, 15, 13, 13 and 10. Gotta admire the balls of Rolando there. Maybe would have got his opponent to fold a hand lesser than jacks for sure. Obviously was not putting his opponent on that strong of a hand, having limped in the small blind. Chip values, the pink chips are 500k, a $500,000. The white chips are 100k. The green chips are 25k's. And there was orange chips in play earlier, but they are gone now. They are 5k if you see them again. Meanwhile, Ronald under the gun +2 with queen 10 of diamonds. Doesn't want to open this one. You are very welcome. We are here to bring you all the action, all the commentary needs. Try to be the best host that I can possibly be until we crown a champion in the Dutch Classics main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. A shout out to the moderators who are keeping everything in the chat on check. Always on point. Meanwhile, Rolando from the small blind is shoved all in for 2.7 million with King 4 offsuit. And Philip is going to call with ace-8 offsuit. We might lose another player here, or Orlando will double up to 5.9 million. The flop is ace, jack, 7, 2 diamonds. Philip way out in front now, and Rolando going to need runner, runner. Diamonds or straight cards, or he will be gone. A turn is a 4 of diamonds. That is a great card for him. He now has 29% to survive. And we will see a river card. And it is the 8 of diamonds. Oh. Rolando doubling up. 5.9 million. I do not understand why there is a delay in the commentary. I am explaining the hands as quick as possible. The second I see them on the screen, try to get that fixed and updated for you. Round to Rolando on the button with 10-9 of diamonds. He is going all in for 5.9 million. He will take down the blinds and antes. Round to the hijack with Raoul with Jack 8 offsuit. As that fixed the delay, guys, I reset the channel. Round to Philippe, who lets 10-3 offsuit go. And Agnon in the small blind with ace-9 offsuit is all in for 4.1 million. Third art, not with much of a decision here. Queen 7 offsuit. It's a me, it's a Mario. The whole chat saying it now. Let's go. As we move on to the next hand, 8 remaining in the Dutch Classic Spain event. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Raoul with ace queen off suit. Paying a stack of 21 million.
One raise, 1,125,000. 1,125. Two pass. Three pass.
He's raised to 1.1 million.
Four pass. Five pass.
Round two, the big blind. Ronald will surely just let this go with Jack 5 off suit. And he does.
Dwójka mak. Eight pass.
Yes, that is a good point. They do stall, so our opponent is not just insta shoving on us, knowing that we're playing way too tight. Also, it runs down the clock. So say you're sitting with one of the bigger stacks, you might decide to tank before folding, run down the clock. Blinds go up, puts more pressure on the short stacks. Third dart on the button with King 4 of hearts. We'll just let it go. Ronald will give Adrian a walk.
Dwójka mak.
See, the average stack is over 9 million now.
One pass. Three pass. Four pass. Five raise, 1.1 million.
The deuce is coming in for a raise to 1.1 million. It's a bad time because Ronald is sitting there with two black queens on the button, paying a stack of 14 million. Oosh, oosh. Would imagine he will be coming in for a 3-bet here. I would like to see him not make it much more than 3 million. Somewhere in the region of 3 million, 2.8. No more than 3.5. Flatting also an option.
Raise, 3 million.
But with what's at stake,
Seven pass. Eight pass.
we'll just maybe want to elect a 3-bet here. Ronald, quite the character at this final table. eyeballing his opponent, counting out exactly how much chips he has. Really, overall, just looks a bit too comfortable talking to his opponent also. Ronald has to have a pretty strong hand to be 3-betting the 3 million, knowing that he's committed to call Serdar's stack. With 8 players remaining in these huge pay jumps, the World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket and the title at stake, he's not just going to be doing this with rags. It also has to look like a pretty strong open for Serdar, raising to just over $1 million and leaving himself 4 behind. Ronald will take that down with his 2 ladies. Shout out to Darrow Carney there, of course, an Irish poker legend.
To raise 1.1 million.
It's me and Mario with pocket jacks this time. Under the gun, raising off about 7 million.
5 plus. 6 plus. 7 plus. 8 plus.
Agnon calling with the King Queen offsuit. Wanting to see a flop, and Raul in the big blind with the snowmen, having to commit 600k more into a pot of 3.5 million. Could elect to just move all in and put maximum pressure on his opponents. It won't work against Rolando, I don't think. Agnon would be forced to fold his King-Queen offsuit. Now Raul will know that Rolando is capable of raising light from early position, and therefore I wouldn't blame him for just sticking in a 3-bet here to about basically committing himself all into both of these stacks.
3,150,000. 3,150.
That's pretty much the same thing. Maureen
Full raise over.
will fold her 5s, or she already did. Rolando is going to move all in. And is there ever room for Raul to 3-bet fold here? I originally thought that he was committed, but for 4 million more, he has 3.2 million out. Rolando has to be really, really strong here. This is close, you know. He is getting 3-1 on a call. Hoping Rolando has ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack. But I don't know if he would even do this with ace-jack. But he had been seen to be playing loosey-goosey. And Raul feels like he's pot committed, and I don't blame him. Very hard for him to fold for 4 million more. Very hard for his pocket aces to be beaten pre-flop. This is a big moment for Ronaldo. Rolando. Raul will need one of the two remaining 8s in the deck for some help in another way. It's a huge moment for the Italian. Ace, 10, 4. Rainbow. A great flop for the pocket jacks. Raul needing an 8. A turn is a 4 diamonds. Rolando set to double up here to 16 million. The river is 6 of diamonds, and Rolando will double up. Raul will lose out 7 million. That is a big shift in momentum at this final table. You see, Ronald's still our chip leader here, but Rolando, exact same stack basically they're playing. They're both tied for chip leader. Raul now with 29 big blinds, Adrian with 15, Maureen with 10, Philippe with 10, Third Hour with 8, and Agnon with 8. This is getting interesting, guys. It's tit for tat out there. Every pot matters, every decision matters. Ace 3 of hearts for Third Art. Moves all in for 4.3 million. That's going to take down the blinds and antes. Rolando won't be calling with all in with 10 deuce offsuit anytime soon. All the way around to Ronald. And 5 offsuit's going to go in the muck. Raul on the button with 8-6 of clubs, playing a stack of 14 million now. His brain needs to reset. That hand is over. It will feel like a bit of a blunder in his head. He needs to regroup, stay focused and concentrated. He's still playing a stack of nearly 15 million. is raised to 1.1 million. And Philip, the short stack, 4.2 million with ace-5 of hearts in the big blind. Is raised all in. 3.6 million back to Raul. Raul just wanting a count, but it's surely going to be too much for him to call with 8 high, albeit his hand is suited and connected. The ace-5 of hearts is going to take it down. Hope you're going to enjoy the game, Apocalypse. I'm sure you will. We'll take this opportunity to say, been commentating on a few events now, and the structures at Kings are absolutely brilliant, especially for a buy-in of in or around €300 or less. The game has to end at some stage. A lot of these players are not professionals. They have to get back to their 9 to 5s, their daily routines, their families, their kids. We have to crown a champion at some stage. This is not a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event. For the buy-in and for the field, these structures are the best you will find in Europe. Philippe has gone all in from the small blind for 6.5 million with 10-5 offsuit, and Agnon laying just 3 million behind with King-9 offsuit. He's agonizing about a call here, but he does let it go. Survive to live another day. It looks like the blinds are up again. Small blind 300,000, big blind 600,000, with a running big blind ante of 600,000. Philippe will fold his Jack-9 offsuit. Around to Agnon. Will give big blind Girdar a walk.
Maybe we don't have an hand, but take one. I found the check. X for respect. Sorry, 6 plus 6. I think it was respect.
Pass.
Pass. Another respect is coming.
You have to remember we had a starting field, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen. 1,452 runners for the Dutch Classics. Just phenomenal numbers in these events. And it's happening in Kings every weekend, series after series, tournament after tournament. One tournament has to end sooner or later, so another one can begin. Change is inevitable. Maureen has been quiet, hovering around that 5 to 6 big or 6 million mark. Raoul raising to 1.3 million off a stack of just over 13 million. Adrian in the big blind. Let his A7 offsuit go. Ronald on the button. Pocket jacks. Playing a stack of 16 million. Putting together a raise of 1.6 million. And look at this. Maureen, the fan favourite, friend of Kings, is all in for 4.8 million, called by Ronald, and this is a huge moment for both of these players. 11 million in the prize pool. Maureen, in a flip situation, is going to need an ace or a king. Jack's slight favourite. Flop is 9, 8, 3, 2 spades. A great flop for the pocket jacks. Maureen is going to need an ace or a king. Some running spades for a king high flush. The turn is a 5 of diamonds, and that's a bleak card for Maureen. He's really going to need an ace or a king now. And it is a 3 of diamonds, and she will be eliminated in our 8th place. And Ronald Our only Dutchman left wins a sizable pot, and he's up over 20 million. Well done, Maureen, on your payout. Well played. A lot of support and love coming in from you here from the Twitch chat all day today. And our only Dutchman left is starting to become a real threat here. That's a big pot of over 11 million for him. Very nice run by Maureen. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. We are down to 7 players. The average stack is now over 10 million. We are only 3 players away from the rest of the players remaining receiving that World Series of Poker Europe ticket. All players are now guaranteed €6,350. The jumps just get bigger and bigger from here, as you would imagine. Adrian is all in from the button for 6.2 million. Ace-5 of hearts. Hello, that's right, yeah, we've been bringing you a full-scale Monday mass like no other all day. Been a lovely long mass. He will take down blinds and antes with the ace-5 of hearts, and we will move on to the next hand. And Agnon under the gun +1. The blinds are about to hit him. This is an opportunity to move all in for his last 2.7 million. King 9 of diamonds. And Raul folding ace-4 of hearts in the small blind. But Rolando with pocket 7s is going to put in the additional 2.1 million. We have another all-in and call. Big moment for Agnon. 6.4 million chips in the pot here. This is another coin flip. The 7s, 5% favourite. The flop is Queen, Jack, Deuce, 1 diamond. Straight draw and running diamonds, or a king for Agnon. The turn brings a flush draw with the Jack of diamonds. And the river is a Jack of hearts, and the 7s will hold. And Agnon will be our 7th place finisher. Agnon had been hanging on for some time there. In the end, the blinds were eating him alive. He made a stand with King 9 of diamonds, got called by the pocket 7s, and could not beat the 7s by the river. And we have our 7th place finisher. Well played from Agnon from Israel. He will take home €6,350 for his efforts. Nearly a €6,000 profit on his buy-in. Nice payday for that man. It's getting a bit more tense live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov with 6 remaining. 2 eliminations away from that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. You play for 3 days, you're down to 6. 2 more players away. And that extra chunky payout of €10,000 additional to your prize money. Such a great feeling to bring that home. And to get eliminated in 6th or 5th place and miss out on that €10,000 ticket, it must feel gut-wrenching. This is the final day of the Dutch Classics main event. We had day 2 yesterday. There was day 1 on Saturday. This is day 3, the final day. There are 6 remaining. And first prize will be taking home €47,700. And of course the title crowned the champion. World Series of Poker Europe is on in the middle of October all the way through until the first couple of days of November. I believe it starts October the 12th till November the 3rd. There's something for everyone there. The average stack is now 12 million with 6 remaining. This is exciting stuff now. Here's where it gets juicy. You can find all the information about Kings on the Kings website, www.kingsresort.com. All the way around to the cutoff for Raul, paying a stack of 13 million. That's going to be a raise. Raise to 1.2 million. That's going to get everyone to fold. Raul will take the blinds and antes, show an ace. Good sportsmanship. Raul with King Jack off suit and the hijack. Paying a stack of 15 million now. That man certainly knows what's at stake. Battling hard all day, this man. And Philippe has been quiet. He hasn't had too many premiums. There. Paying a stack of 4 million only now. Round to Ronald. Queen Jack off suit. Paying a stack of 21 million. Just 650k to call to see a flop. These unsuited connectors. Little does he know he's dominated. What would be quite gangster of him would be a 3-bet from this spot, given the circumstances, the dynamic of the payouts. Just flatting in the big blind, totally fine also. Ace, ace, 6. 2 clubs, 1 spade. Ronald van der Lind. Really drawing very thin. We'll check over to his opponent. Ronald has no reason to be in a hurry with any of his decision making. The more blinds go up, the more pressure it is on the short stacks, the closer he gets to getting that ticket. A nice small bet by Raul. I like this sizing. In or around just under $1 million with 900k. The idea behind it is, if our opponents have shallower stacks and we have bigger stacks, although we want to see more hands, by stalling, the blinds are going to go up and put additional pressure on our short stacks by them having to commit a big blind, small blind and a big blind ante every orbit. And as we get more short-handed, then blinds are going to come around fast and hard. So that is one way of skinning a cat. The other, I like to see as many hands as I possibly can. Give me more chances to put people in bad situations. Also, at this late stage, you want to be amplifying every decision. You're running on adrenaline, but you're also fatigued mentally, no matter how well you're playing. And it really does. One wrong move, and you suddenly become the short stack. So you want to be thinking about what you want to do with every chip that you're putting in the middle. Sometimes you can overthink things or adjust to a strategy too far in one direction. But it is so much easier to see these players' cards and tell them through a TV screen what they should do. But when you're sitting there and the pressure's on, it's very hard to not think of how much money is at stake, the title and that ticket. Just trying to be in the present moment is very important. The more you can do that, the more you are giving yourself the opportunity to think clearly about every decision and ideally play your optimal game. Back to the action. It is around to Ronald on the button with ace-10 offsuit. Raising to 1.3 million. Raul contemplating a defend here with ace-7 offsuit, but it would play pretty horrifically against an ace-10 offsuit, which is exactly the hand he is against. Flop is 10-3, 3-2 diamonds. Great flop for Ronald. Can't really flop much better with ace-10. Hitting it at 2 10s. For both. He's got the backdoor diamonds working for him also. Yes, we would have had someone flop quads. Would have had Quadzilla in the house. And Ronald, personally, I think this bet is just way too big. We have the deck crushed. We have the ace of diamonds to boot. We have the top pair, top kicker. I would be trying to get my opponent to call a far smaller bet. Something in the region of 600 to 800,000. 2 million just seems far too large. But it is another pot for Ronald. They all count. Now look how scrappy this has got. The dogs out there. 36 big blinds is the chip leader. Our short stack is 6 big blinds, so a 30 big blind difference between the chip leader and the short stack. We've got 9 big blinds for Adrian. Philip has 13 big blinds. Raul with 25, and Rolando 31 big blinds, playing a stack of 19 million.
Free pass.
Also, if I was to add a small little caveat on what I just said, this is also a very exciting time in a poker player's life. Even if you're feeling nervous, you're also excited, and that is a mix of emotions.
Call 600.
One level you could be playing so well and everything going your way, and then the momentum goes against you. Suddenly you're short stacked, and it's just staying composed. Composure is what will win you these events. Resetting your brain.
One head top.
But it's not fun when you hit the showers and you dusted it off. You come sixth, you don't get your ticket, and you've won a bunch of money that you would have been delighted to have at the very start of the tournament, but then it just feels like nothing because you didn't get the prize, you didn't become first, you didn't become champion. Sometimes all you can do is all you can do, but learning from whatever mistakes we make and how quick we can regroup and get back to our optimal self and play to the best of our ability, no matter what has happened in the previous hands.
800.
That is what separates the men from the boys sometimes, and the good players from the great. Back to the action. Raul with a bet on this turn of ace, king, 7, ace. With a pair of kings. And not sure what Rolando is doing. He just... But it is Raul that has the board crushed here. Where his opponent had an ace.
One bet. 2.1 million.
A bet of 2.1 million. And if you're Rolando and your opponent was bluffing, your queen high could be good here. But you would have to put on a cape. Would Raul take this line as a bluff? Is what's going to be going through Rolando's head. He does flick in the 2.1 million, and he will see the bad news. Was a bit of a hero call by Rolando, but if he breaks it down and he thinks his opponent's bluffing, he thought queen high just might have been enough. Such an array of emotions that you go through at a final table, whether you're a professional or an amateur. You can be giddy as a schoolgirl with a huge stack 1 minute, lose a few hands in a row and be the short stack and out in 7th, 8th, 9th place. Those results stay with you for a long time. It's hard to forgive yourself and forget. But at the end of the day, that tournament's over. Also, coming in the top 3, even winning a tournament, you might have played some hands bad. It's all forgotten about once you pick up that title. The aim of the game is to just play every hand to the best of your ability and not be results orientated. It's far easier said than done. But back to the action. Third hour, shoving all in with the ace, queen of spades, taking down the blinds and antes. That is why poker is such an art form, such a beautifully skilled game. There are so many different ways to play the same game. you can always think of a new idea in a hand or a new variation of a certain strategy. For me personally, that is what makes it so special. It was like that scene out of the Disney movie The Lion King, when Rafiki whacks him on the head. He said, "What did you do that for?" He hits him on the head with the stick. He said, "It doesn't matter, it's in the past." A life lesson to be learned from that scene in a child's movie, perhaps. Round to Raul in the cutoff with King 9 offsuit. Playing a stack of 19 million, we'll let that go. Rolando on the button with Ace Queen of Spades, playing a stack of 14 million. He just raises to 9 million, putting both of his players all in. That's the movie Hakuna Matata. Means no worries. These 6 players will have lots of worries until someone is crowned champion, or at the very least they are guaranteed that ticket. A lot of these players will get that ticket and sell a certain percentage of themselves, so it's extra money that they have for their trip or covering their buy-ins, expenses, whatever it may be. That is an important factor in securing that ticket. The value of over €10,000. The raise 9 million was effectively going all in for 7 or 6.5 million. Putting the pressure on the small blind at the big blind. Third our short stack with 6. Big stack, 37 blinds for Ronald. The rest in between that amount. Raul, Ace 9 offsuit. Yeah, he's going to let that one go into a full table. Orlando out the way. Philip will follow suit. Third hour folding on the button. Now Ronald with King Deuce offsuit. Just with a call. Adrian with 10-5 offsuit. Olaf was the first player to be eliminated this final table and was 9th place finisher. Flop is Jack 5-4. King high for Ronald. Adrian with a pair of 5s. This is a min bet by Ronald.
7 top.
So Adrian, I might try to protect my hand by just moving all in, but he does just call.
6 check.
And look at this, a king of spades on the turn for Ronald. And he quickly checks over to his opponent.
7 bet. 620.
Interesting.
1.1. Six raise all in.
And I would just assume Ronald will move all in. What a disgusting turn of events for Adrian. He had the best hand on the flop. He's bet the turn. And now he's just going to have to fold. This is just horrible, horrible stuff. He's going to be left with 3 million. That hand will be playing on his mind. Incredible that the king of spades rolls off on the turn. Ronald just with king deuce on that flop. What a dirty turn card for Adrian. That's the game we love and hate, guys.
Two raise. 1.3 million.
And Rolando, hand 142. The Dutch Classics final day. Raised to 1.3 million from Rolando. Ace Queen offsuit. And Philippe going all in with King Queen of Hearts. We've got action here. And Rolando quickly calls. 6.3 million from Philippe. 14 million chip pot. Big moment for both players here. Philippe all in but crushed. Just a 30% chance to win. Beat the ace queen. Big moment for both players here. Philippe needing help. And the flop. Is Jack 9-4. 2 clubs, 1 spade. Philippe really needing a king or a 10. And the turn is a 4 of hearts. The river. River is the 6 of clubs. And Philippe Breiger from Germany has been eliminated. We are going to be down to 5 players. And Rolando wins a sizable pot there. Stay tuned, guys. We're going on a short break, but we will be back for more action and we will crown a champion at the Dutch Classics main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov.
Because if you have a deck in my right hand, it's from left hand no problem. But
I understand that.
I have cards in the other hand. So
Yeah.
yeah. But it's work I think now. So few hours, but.
But for me, this is good.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello and welcome back. The conclusion of the Dutch Classics. Final day, final table, 5 remaining. I am your host for this evening and the conclusion of this tournament, Dan Rankin. I am excited to see who is going to become champion, get that title, that 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Just look at that prize money, taking home €47,700 for first. All players now guaranteed a minimum payout of €11,700. But the harsh truth is the next person out will not get a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So this is a huge bubble for the players. I'm excited to see how the rest of this tournament goes. Thank you for joining me as we get down to crowning a champion. You can see Ronald out in front with 31 big blinds, playing a stack of 25 million. Rolando from Italy with 29 big blinds, playing a stack of 24 million. Raul with 22 big blinds, playing a stack of 18 million. Serdar and Adrian fighting this out with 5 big blinds and 3 big blinds respectively. This is going to be a dogfight to see who gets the ticket and who doesn't. Nail biting, exciting stuff here. We're just waiting for the action to get back underway. And I believe the blinds will be up once more. Yes, the small blind will be 400,000. The big blind will be 800,000 with a running ante of 800,000. We are just about ready to get back to the action. We've all been really enjoying this one in the stream chat on Twitch. I'm delighted to bring you more action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. This is nail-biting stuff for the remaining players. The big stacks can put massive pressure on the short stacks, especially when they've got 5 and 3 big blinds, and nobody wants to bust or give away chips to anyone at this stage. In the normal circumstances, never mind playing for a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. You can see there's 5 remaining from a starting field of 1,452 players. Players have played 142 hands. This is hand 143. It's going to be a hell of a fight for the last piece of pudding here. We play down and crown a champion. Adrian deciding to go all in from the button with Jack 3 offsuit. Raul asking for a count off his 18 million with 9-8 offsuit. And I'd imagine Adrian is very on edge right now. And the relief sweeping over him, not wanting to get called by only holding the Jack 3 offsuit in his hand.
It's all on camera, so it's nice weather today. It is nice weather today.
Ronald has said it best. It is nice weather today. I do appreciate you all tuning in, knowing how hot it is outside. Old from Ronald. Adrian with the Queen 2 offsuit and the cutoff playing 4.7 million. Just after taking the blinds and antes, lets that one go. And Raul on the button, moving all in. There. Just with the Jack 6 offsuit, I don't know if he's going to be able to call this one off. This would be a bit heroic, to say the least. blinds and ante's going to eat him alive is the only problem. If you call in one of these spots with a short stack and you are wrong, or even don't win the hand, you will not get that ticket. Significant pay jumps. You go from 11 grand to 15 grand to 20 grand to 28 grand to nearly 48,000 euro. Like, big sums of cash these guys are playing for. An easy raise and take it for Raul. Ace deuce offsuit for Adrian. It's Raul in the cutoff, playing a stack of 20 million with king three of diamonds. Let's that one go. Rolando with 8-7 of clubs. Italian on the button here, can put a lot of pressure on his opponents. He will raise to 1.6 million. And Ronald in the big blind with king, queen of clubs. The flop is 10-3 deuce, one club. The turn is the queen of spades after the flop going check, check. $1.2 million bet from Ronald. We'll take that down. Who does the chat want to see win at this late stage with just 5 remaining? I know the chat's favourite, fan favourite was Maureen, but now that Maureen is eliminated, who do you all want to see? All vote now. Raul with full 10-9 of hearts. Rolando, king queen offsuit. Raul does not really want to be tangling with Rolando until one of these players is eliminated. Serdar going to take his stand here with pocket sevens. Rolando going to get a fair fight here. Ronald might be trying to help eliminate a player by calling in the big blind. The Hector Salamanca lookalike seems to be the favourite from the chat. This is going to go 3 ways to the flop here, and the ticket is at stake. Serdar needing to hold here with his pocket sevens. In good shape, but flop is pretty good for him. 10-4-3. Can't ask for much more on a flop like that for pocket sevens. The deuce would be totally sick. The king or queen doesn't come off on the river here, and there will triple up. Sometimes that fearlessness does equal who has the biggest cojones. You need to have balls. You've got to go all in sometimes to stay alive in this game. Here there, a triple up to nearly 8 million. That is going to put our other short stack in dire straits. You will hate to see that. But this game has a way of figuring itself out for you sometimes. The average stack now 14.5 million. Hold it around the small blind to Adrian. Jack 7 off suit. He will have to. He decides to fold, and oh, it's a big fold. Raul getting a walk with 10-4 of diamonds, and that Jack 7 just might have had to go all in there. After the shortest stack at the table tripled up, you're not going to get too many opportunities to shove blind v blind. With 3 big blinds, indeed. Ronald from the cutoff, holding Jack 8 off suit. Adrian all in for King Queen of Hearts. 2.7 million. Raul will get out of the way, and Rolando will call with Ace 8 off suit. The ticket is at risk once more. It is the King Queen of Hearts for Adrian. Lovely suited, pretty hand, but he is behind as it stands. And if he is to win here, both of our short stacks will now be playing a stack of 7 million. Such an exciting game. Anything can change at the turn of a card. It's Rolando with Ace 8 offsuit against the King Queen suited for Adrian. The flop is 10-7-3 Rainbow. Good start for Rolando. Needs to dodge some straight cards, a king or a queen. And that is not one of them. The Queen of Diamonds smacking Adrian in the face. And he will double up to 7.4 million if Rolando does not hit an ace on the river. It is a 4 of diamonds. Both of our short stacks just a moment ago, after a couple of hands, have both doubled up. We've got a real dogfight on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. A real dogfight. Ace Queen off suit for Ronald. playing a stack of 25 million. He will raise to 2 million. Adrian with pocket threes from the cutoff. Not much fold equity here when Ronald has raised to 2 million and you're only playing 7.4. To let the pocket threes go, and a wise decision. Raul letting dirt go on the button. Rolando with 10-9 offsuit and a small blind. Serdar. King 10 offsuit. Blinds have hit him now, so he is playing a stack of 5.2 million behind. We'll get out of the way. You are required to play the main event day 1A. If you win a ticket, any additional tickets you win can be cashed in, alright, but the first ticket must be played on day 1A of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. But as I was saying previously, a lot of these players will sell a considerable percentage of themselves in a 10k buy-in, and that's another payday within itself. Pays for your expenses, your hotel, your trip, of your buy-ins. There seems to be some form of a dispute going on at the table. I don't know what was said. Raul from the cutoff with King Jack off suit. Yes, hindsight is one of the biggest devils in poker. Always thinking about what you could have done when the hand is over. The trick is to not do it the next time a similar situation arises, or to not let it affect your play in the immediate future. Ace King off suit for Raul under the gun with stack of 20 million. And I can't see what he has. He's raised all in. Serdar, they are all in with Ace Queen of Spades, and this is disaster for Serdar from Germany because he is going to be called and dominated. He's going to have to say, where the lady, or get some spades working for him. Otherwise, he is going to be going home without a ticket. Just a 32% chance here for Serdar, or he will be our 5th place elimination. The flop is Jack 9-3, and never without drama in King's Resort. Spades working for Serdar now also. The turn is an ace of clubs. You will need an ace or a queen or a spade. Still 29% for the ace queen to crack the ace king, but it's the 5 of clubs. And that's it, guys. Woo! All other remaining players have secured €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Very unlucky for Serdar. I really do feel for him. He played well. Grinded hard, but in the end, the war of attrition was too much. Picked up a premium. It wasn't good enough. The opponent having ace king. Raul winning decent sized pot, eliminating a player. I don't know if he's the chip leader, but it is close. We are now playing four-handed. This will ease the tension with the players a little bit. All having secured that ticket, but let's not forget they're playing for the title of the Dutch Classics main event. They want to be crowned champion, and there's the small matter of that payday of nearly €50,000. Now let's see what way the stacks fare out against each other. Rolando playing 14 million. Deciding to raise with Queen 4 offsuit to 1.6 million. There seems to be a dispute going on between Raul and Rolando about something happened down at the table. Pressure is mounting and emotions are running high. Raul calling 400k with 8-3 of hearts. Rolando checking his option with pocket sixes. Upcoming king 5 deuce 1 heart. Raul checking it over. Going. Everyone seems to have kissed and made up and are friends now once more, showing pocket sixes to his opponent. That is day 1A, the World Series of Poker Europe main event to be held, of course, at the King's Resort in Rozvadov on the 11th of November. I would have to get clarification about that date. I don't know if that's 100% is it, and if so, thank you, Dennis, from the Twitch chat. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, ace-9 offsuit for Ronald, 10-4 offsuit for Rolando. Rolando against Ronald. Bit of a tongue twister at times. Turn card is good for Ronald. Rolando. With a 10. Just 1 million to call. He's sensing something here. Will commit the 2 pink chips to see a river. 6.6 million in the pot now. Five of spades. So Rolando had the best hand with his pair of tens. deciding to bet out. I don't really know. Is he trying to rep before? Trying to get his opponent to fold a stronger hand, or does he believe Ronald will just call with something weaker than a 10? I'm really not sure about this bet. Pot of 12 million over to Ronald. Oh, sorry, he hit it straight. I did not see that he had a 4 kicker. Apologies. We see an update of the chip counts. Raul with 29 big blinds. Rolando with 29 big blinds. Ronald with 26 big blinds. And our short stack, Adrian, with 6 big blinds. Yeah, I got a bit confused there. It seemed like he wanted his opponent to show his hand before he did, even though he had a straight. Because he took so long to turn over his cards, I was a bit perplexed. I got caught up in the moment, guys. Nice river for him all the same. You can see top 3 chip stacks pretty much all dead even. We fixed the lag, so that is a positive to take from it. I believe I am up to speed with the graphics 100% now. Ronald in the small blind with Jack 9 off suit. Gonna fold and give Adrian a walk with King 4. I would have liked for Ronald to pump it up there. Fist pump the air and say, if you've got it, kid, you've got it. I'm all in. But instead just folds and gives much needed blinds and antes to the shortest stack at the table. They will all be trying to survive till Adrian gets knocked out. But if Adrian keeps accumulating chips, it won't be for too long before, if he doubles up, he's basically a contender again. It's hard to know what's going through the players' heads. They will be so delighted to have bagged that ticket. But eyes now need to be on the prize. Still huge pay jumps and a title to play for. We had a starting field of 1,452 players. Just 4 remaining if you're just tuning in. My name is Dan Rankin. I've been your host all day yesterday and for the remainder of this tournament until we crown a champion. Ace Queen offsuit for Ronald.
1.7 million. 6 raise, 1.7, 7 pass.
Raised to 1.7 million. If you get the chance, definitely visit Rozvadov. It's such an amazing resort. The King's Resort is just fantastic in every way. It will accommodate you for all your needs. There's just a buy-in range for all levels of poker players. 24/7 cash games, buffets.
Raise 1.7.
The cheapest pints of beer you will find anywhere. Spas, swimming pools, fantastic hotel rooms. A poker room like no other in Europe. About 1 hour away from Prague. Very central Europe. Easy accessible to get in and out of the place. What are you waiting for? Send location. Orlando on the button now, 21 million chips.
Free raise 2 million.
Big chicken.
6 spots.
And Adrian will fold his big blind with Queen 3 of diamonds, Ace 3 will scoop that. Blinds and antes, and we'll move on to the next hand. It's very near the German border. Look at this pickup for Ronald. On the button.
6 raise 2.
Pocket jacks.
7 spots.
The fold from the Queen 10 offsuit in the small blind. And Raul, King 4 offsuit in the big blind. And to answer your question, best jungler Antarctica from the Twitch chat, I'll be hoping to make a trip there myself before the year is out. Ideally, the World Series of Poker Europe is what I would be targeting. Problem with picking up a premium hand when you're four-handed, it's very hard for your opponents to also pick up a hand at the same time. Your hand strength just goes so up, the shorter you are playing.
6 spots, 7 spots.
The closest airport is Prague. Raul with the pocket rockets. I ask and you shall receive. I just said how hard it is to pick up a hand four-handed. Never one ace in your hand is very hard four-handed to pick up. Never mind two. He's got the pocket rockets.
2.5.
I personally would have liked to see Raul maybe limp in and get Rolando to do something creative here. And he shows the aces. Round to Raoul with King 8 offsuit on the button. Paying a stack of 24 million. Pocket 5s this time for Raoul.
To raise 1.8.
Rolando
3 pass.
releases the ace-3 offsuit. Around to Ronald in the small blind with ace-9 offsuit. We can see just how short Adrian is now after the blinds hitting him. And the fold from the ace-9 offsuit. 8-5 offsuit will go into the muck. Raoul will take the blinds and antes. Ace-8 offsuit on the button for Ronald.
6 raise 2.1.
With a raise to 2.1 million. Adrian with Queen-Jack offsuit in the small blind. Playing less than 5 big blinds, he might just go for this here. That's going to be an all-in for 3.8 million.
2 pass.
Raoul is going to fold, Ronald is going to call, and we have all-in and call 4 remaining. Could have our 4th place elimination. Adrian with a nice hand to crack the ace-8 offsuit. 9.2 million in this pot. It's a good move by Adrian, which whatever the outcome, he's getting too short. Flop is Queen 8-9. Great start for Adrian. I'm still standing. Ronald's going to need an ace or an 8. Oh, the turn card is an ace of diamonds. Crazy turn of events. Now Adrian just 14% to stay alive here. An easy hits a 10. What a hand. Crazy turn of events here. And a nice river card for Adrian. We have an update in the chip counts. Raul, 30 big blinds. Rolando, 26 big blinds. Ronald, 23 big blinds. And Adrian now playing 11 big blinds. This is far from over. A lot of play left here. One more double up for Adrian and he's almost the chip leader. Adrian all in with the pocket eights. All blind, big blind will muck.
Mine's up. 500, 1 million, 1 million behind.
Now there's some info from the dealer. Blinds are up. All blind, a $500,000. Big blind, $1 million. With a big blind ante of 1 million. And if this doesn't sort the men from the boys, I don't know what will. Pressure poker here now. As the stacks get shorter, the pressure gets greater. As we play down to a winner in the Dutch Classics main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We are running a special promo just for stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10. Get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Surprise, surprise, the king is back. You could fly to Rozvadov, rock in the building and use that line. Dressed like a king. Orlando. Ace-8 offsuit on the button. Playing a stack of 19 million.
Raise 2.1. 6 pass. 7 pass.
Big blind will get out of the way. And Rolando will take down the blinds and antes. So that's right. Leon, has Leon given me any free merch yet? No. We already dressed like a king, buddy, yeah? I'll cash in on my free merch at some stage. I'll be sure to dress like a king when I'm going to King's. For now, I'll just rock my shorts that have a hole in them. Ace Queen offsuit for Orlando.
2.6. 6 pass, 7 pass.
Raul in the big blind with pocket trees. Ah, yes, I'd be a very holy man, you know, the Archangel. Very holy in Ireland. We have a defend from Raoul with the pocket trees, and the flop is 9-7-7. They're board. The trees ahead, but not looking good on 9-7-7. And a 2.5 million bet from Rolando. Get to the chopper. I call it 2.5 million from Raoul. We will see the turn card. That is the 10 of spades. You see that river is the 5 of diamonds. We check from the trees, and Rolando checks behind. And these pocket trees are going to win a 12 million pot. There's quite a considerable difference in his stack. Just to let the viewers know, we have to restart the Facebook stream shortly. So just make sure you're aware of that if you are on Facebook tuning in. Round to the button, and Adrian has ace 10 of spades, all in for 8.7 million. Blinds having absolutely nothing to combat an all-in strategy with fold, and we move on to the next hand. Ace of heart has been exposed. Average stack nearly 18 million now, just over it. Raoul raising from the button with Jack 10 of spades, 2.2 million. Paying a stack of 30 million, just under to start the hand. Rolando wants to see a flop with his suited connectors. 7-5 of clubs from the small blind. The flop is ace 8-5, all spades. Raoul absolutely smashing the deck out of it, flopping the flush. Rolando might just let this go. I mean, he could call for this small of a bet with his bottom pair, but very troublesome. And turns and rivers out of position. Raoul taking another pot down. Increasing his stack now to 33 million. 33 and a third.
Raise 2.2 million. 3 pounds.
Raul. Staying active, staying busy. Nice hand to do it with. King Jack offsuit from under the gun. Raising to 2.2 million. Adrian folds. Jack line offsuit from the big blind. Rolando. Ace 9 offsuit now under the gun.
3 raise 2.1.
Raised to 2.1 million. About 10 million behind.
6 plus. 7 plus. 2 plus.
Ronald under the gun. Queen 9 of spades.
6 raise 2.1.
Adrian with Queen 10 offsuit. Out the way. Raul holding his King 8 offsuit and Jack 4. Parts of Rolando will go in the muck. Ronald will take the blinds and antes, which are absolutely huge at this point.
I'll give you back 1 million.
Adrian, pocket 6, sixes, 8.7 million. Time to make a move here. Adrian, blinds and antes are about to hit him. They're going around so quickly now. Just 4 players remaining. You will just take that down. Raul now nearly double the chip count of anyone else at the table. And it really is evening out Ronald and Rolando very close in the stack, and Adrian is at their heels with 11 big blinds. So Raul can really run these players ragged here if he wants to, but one misstep or one all-in goes wrong, or one pot even, and he's back to a similar stack as the three other players. So got to be very careful about maneuvering his way through the three other players remaining. Rolando taking a stand here with pocket sevens, moving all in for 12 million. Taking it down. Adding 2.5 million to your stack every time you can successfully steal the blinds and antes is just a weapon within itself.
Three pass. Six pass. Seven.
Raul taking the blinds and antes. Chalk it down. Raul with king 4 offsuit on the button. With all the pressure, the three remaining opponents. Rolando with king 7 of hearts. Rolando has decided he's had enough and he's moving all in for 15 million with king 7 of hearts. And to be honest, I really like this shove from Rolando because Raul has been raising all his buttons as he should be. Being very active. Good to just take a stand here. You cannot keep letting those blinds and antes hitting you or you will be short stacked before you know it. Ronald from the small blind with ace-3 of diamonds. Adrian with jack-9 offsuit in the big blind. Can't do much to this raise to 2.1 million. He is getting a good price. The more I look at it, for 1.1 million more to see a flop with jack-9 offsuit is probably his best option. So I actually changed my mind. I like this call, the jack-9 offsuit. Felt like the raise size was bigger. Jack-9, 4, great flop for Adrian. That's a great card for Ronald, and he just moves all in. Gonna get snapped. The Jack-9 has 2 pair, but needs to avoid a lot of outs. From the ace-3 of diamonds, still has a 28% chance of winning this hand. Big moment here for both players. 16 million in the pot, and the river is the queen of diamonds. Oh my god! Oh my god! My word! Ronald gets there. Just thickness for Adrian. Just epic scenes here. Our 4th place finisher, Adrian, he played really well. A horrible river. It's a sick game sometimes. He will take home 20,000. 4th place to take home 15,200 euro. And of course that 10,350 euro World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket as well, so that's a nice payday for him. Raul in the small blind with Jack-7 offsuit is just called, and Rolando is going to check his option with Ace-6 offsuit. Gone check, check, and the turn. Gone check, check also. The river is the 5 of spades. This is just going to be shown down.
Could throw it. You know, tennis is, you don't need to throw auto.
Ace 5 of diamonds here for Raul. Playing a stack of 31 million, just 3-handed now. Average stack 24.2 million.
Raise 2.2.
Raise from 2.2 million and a call from Ronald in the big blind with Ace 7 offsuit. And Ronaldo, Queen 9 of diamonds. So this could spell trouble if diamonds pop off. The flop is Jack 3-3. Gone check, check, around to Raul.
2 bet 2.6.
He's deliberating here. Senses his ace high might be good. Or sorry. He's sensing that the opponent behind him to deal with. But is he thinking of raising? I don't know why he's thinking for this long. He has folded and Ronald gets out the way. The 10 million chip pot over to Raul. Did seem a bit like Hollywood there.
Sorry? Wat is de prijs eigenlijk? De prijs. Zit er 20.
Folded around to Rolando. Green 3 off suit's going to go in the muck. You got to remember they're playing 3-handed now. Yes, I see Mandrulia. Good to see you again. I did see your comment there about the small blind should shove when the big blind only had less than 10 big blinds, and I do agree. And that is why I was getting confused as to the raise size coming from the small blind. I thought the small blind had raised enough that it would be committing himself to the big blind stack. Just getting a little bit flustered there. Been a long stream. Good to see you back though. Great to see the regs in the stream chat. every time I'm broadcasting and bringing you the action and the commentary. And getting a feel for doing this now, and I'm not going anywhere. You'll probably have to just be getting used to my voice. One hand at a time, guys. The green chips are 25k, the white chips are 100k, and the pink chips are 500,000.
Bus. Very solid. Oh. Bus.
Rolando on the button now with Jack 9 off suit. Let that go. Ronald in the small blind for 500,000. We'll take this one down.
Doesn't look like you need it, but you have to have all the chips.
Ronald on the button now with Queen 7 off suit. Gonna let that one go. Raul with 5-3 off suit. A check from Rolando. Flop is Queen 10, 3, 2 spades.
Check. Check.
Turn is a deuce of hearts.
Bet 1.2.
Bet 1.2 million from Raul. I believe from next week there is no longer any cap for the tournaments. Rolando raising here with just a pair of deuces. Not believing Raul. Also maybe thinking he has the best hand, trying to get Raul to fold a draw or deny him of some equity. What does Raul make of this? He's just got a pair of threes himself. He does fold. And Rolando, a weird sort of a raise, but I kind of like it in a dirty way. Gets his opponent to fold a better hand. It didn't look very strong from Rolando. Like he was trying to get more value from a 10 or a queen, or to stop a large bet coming in on the river. It was quite a small raise, but a nice raise nonetheless. That will take that down. He's definitely got some game about him, this Italian. It's to me, it's Sir Rolando. Raul takes blinds and antes. Rolando Amardese. Putting out his blinds. You're either the button, the small blind, or the big blind now with 3 opponents remaining. 3 players remaining. You look at the pay jumps. No cap on main events is correct, yes. €20,000 for third place, €28,850 for second place, and first prize is going to be €47,700 and get crowned the Dutch Classics 2022 champion live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Rolando all in for 21 million. Ace 10 of diamonds. And I believe Raul will find a way to easily get away from this. Had he limped and his opponent raised and he come over the top, it would be a different story. He might have saved himself some chips here just raising from the small blind. Maybe if he'd have limped, Rolando would have just went all in anyway. Rolando in the small blind with ace-3 offsuit. Just bang. Bing, bang, boom. All in. Hitting the jack-5 of clubs to fold from Ronald. Rolando moving all in from the small blind. Raul folding from the big blind. You're going to see a lot of this. Eventually, someone will pick up a hand or get fed up, lose patience. It's all about staying focused now. You've got that title within your reach. There's 2 more players to eliminate and you will be the champion. Ronald van der Lind moving all in for 17 million with ace-9 offsuit from the button. Oh, and Rolando with King Queen of Diamonds in the big blind, and this is huge. This is a massive call, but it's such a strong hand. King Queen of Diamonds, especially three-handed. Yes, he does make that call, and this is going to be a massive pot for this tournament. 35 million in the middle here. Rolando from Italy against Ronald from Holland. King Queen of Diamonds, Ace 9 offsuit. It's all come down to this. On the flop, Ace 9 9. It all just about does it for Ronald. The turn is a deuce, and that will seal the deal. Ronald with a huge double up to 35 million. A pretty good result there for the Dutch. 29 big blinds for Ronald, 24 big blinds for Raul, and 7 big blinds for Rolando. All these oars are giving me a tongue twister as the blinds go up. 600,000 for the small blind, 1.2 million for the big blind, and a 1.2 million big blind running ante. Are you not entertained? I know I certainly am. As this tournament draws down to a winner. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Average stack now 24.2 million. This is a big shove by Rolando with 6-3 offsuit and a small blind. Perhaps a little bit impatient after just losing that humongous flip though. And Ronald should not really be thinking about this. He really needs to call if he does have ace 10 off, which the graphics have said yes he does. 12. This is just too big of a shove from Rolando. I don't think Ronald can be folding a hand as strong as ace 10 offsuit here. We can see over a third of the time the Italian man will double back up to nearly 27, 28 million. This is such a big moment for the Dutchman. Just 12 million to call. This psychologically comes into play when you double up, you flop a full house, draw your opponent basically dead, and it's like, I just got these chips from my opponent. Do I just want to lose them here on the following hand? But this is what you play for. You want a hand as strong in the big blind to call, like a hand ace 10. But you're never like that far ahead. Our opponent can easily have 2 random cards, like that's this particular situation, and he does lay it down. I would like to think the graphics were wrong and it was the other way around, but I don't think it was. Look at this now. 24 big blinds for Raul. Ronald with 20 big blinds and Rolando with 12 big blinds. This is just a barn burner. Yes, don't blame me in the chat here, wanting to know what the hell is going on. It's just decision fatigue. Players are playing for extreme amounts of money and the title. Easy to say, call from when we are screaming into a computer or a laptop or a phone. When you're sitting there in the heat of the moment, it takes two to tango. And Raul just snap calls with pocket fours, and Rolando is in tremendous shape to double up to 32 million. Raul's going to need a 4 and an 8 on the flop is going to all about do this hand. 98% you see beside the set of 8s and a full house on the turn. Buries the hatchet. Plus 17 million to Rolando's stack. What a turn of events here. Such a dramatic conclusion to this event. Action packed. What we go to school for, guys. And Andrulia asked, if you don't call here, what's your calling range? But like, I don't know what the calling range is because I don't fold, but you can see this is starting to even out a crazy amount. Raul with 16 big blinds playing 19 million. Ronald with 24 million playing 20 big blinds. And our chip leader now, the Italian, Rolando, with 26 big blinds playing 32 million. And the blinds going around flat out is going to eat these stacks alive. Amazing comeback. Absolute sensational scenes here live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Really could be any one of these three players that becomes the Dutch champion. Ronald, after much thinking with 4-3 offsuit, will let it go. Raul in the small blind. I am getting giddy now to see what's going to happen next. I am excited. Rolando, A7 of hearts. Who do you all want to see take this down after all these swings? Let me know in the chat. €50 tip. Think how much he would have tipped if he'd have won with his king, queen of diamonds. Would have been whipping out those 500 notes. Might be fireworks here. This turn card giving Rolando the flush top pair to his opponent. You love to see it if you're Rolando sitting there with the nut flush, going to look back at your cards going, oh really? Raul betting 3.3 million. A little bit of Hollywood you're going to see from the Italian. Rolando just moves all in. Oh my good God. How was Rolando moved all in with the absolute nuts? Try to get his opponent to call with a top pair and a weak kicker is exactly what he's doing. This is so sick. Raul senses something. Such a difficult spot here for Raul. Knowing Rolando could just do this with a naked ace of hearts. Never a bluff. Let's it go. It could be a semi-bluff though. The only good thing about Rolando shoving the nuts on the turn is that his opponent surely would not think he would shove a hand as strong as the nuts. Raul has enough all in. Ace-8 offsuit on the button. Take the blinds and antes. The players must be getting hot and bothered out there. Ronald and Raul's stacks are going to be pretty level here. It's the Italian that really needs to put the hammer down. With the huge pay jumps between third and second place. Yes, that's what the three-handed needs. All of them have to drink a litre of Red Bull before they can play another hand. As if there's not enough sparks flying already. Rolando really needs to put the hammer down here because both of these players are tied. Their hands are tied in what they can do. And 200 of day 3 of the Dutch Classics main event. Day that's had it all. Raul all in on the button with Queen 8 of clubs. Ronald going to tank the big blind with 9-7 offsuit, it seems. That is a good point. If you're not calling ace-10, why are you tanking now? Perhaps trying to get a read on his opponent for later situations. Wants to know the stack for ICM considerations also, and going to run down the clock. The blinds are going to go up quicker. But that's not really an advantage to him. And you can see now the two players are dead even with 19 million each. The Italian having the rest of the chips in play. And Rolando playing a stack of 38 million. Pocket jacks on the button. Is raised to 3.5 million. He's playing 40 million now. The other two players are playing less than 20. So he's twice the chip count of second and third place. They're playing for huge pay jumps here. A call from Raul. Check from Rolando. Flop 10-5-5. Two hearts. Goes check, check, and the turn is the 10 of clubs. The river coming the king of hearts. Good card for Raul. Getting 1.4 million. We know deals allowed to be discussed at final tables in the King's Resort. To the best of my knowledge, it's not allowed. I have a feeling there's still quite some play left in this. Certainly getting our money's worth from this stream today. We play down to crown a champion. But anything can happen. The game of Texas, no limit hold'em, and that is why we love it. Raul, all in. Orlando, all out. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Would eat a large meal from McDonald's now, although you would not hear from me for the duration of the stream. Be in a food coma somewhere. Raul with the 5-4 of diamonds. Testing the waters with a raise to 2.6 million. Ronald says, I'm a shark in the water. It's all in if you want to call me. Go right ahead. As the commentator, I don't really favor winners and losers. Allegedly, I need to be as unbiased as possible, but I did and would have liked to see Maureen get further from earlier. The Swiss lady, she was very fun to watch, very pleasant and chirpy at the table, good for the game. Apparently she does a lot for the poker community, so I've been told. She's an event organizer and a friend of King's, one of the people behind the Swiss Poker Open. Anyone that has that much involvement in building and growing the game that we love gets my vote. Ronald just letting King 8 of spades go on the button there, and I think that this is a bit too tight. Or am I to believe from the Twitch chat that he would consider himself a Dutch player? So we actually have 2 Dutch players left, albeit he has an Italian passport. He would consider himself Dutch. Sometimes that happens, yeah. Rolando from the small blind will just fold his 7-6 of clubs. And Ronald will show ace queen offsuit. Hello, Apocalypse UK. I hope you enjoyed your match. Good to have you back with us. We were missing unbelievable scenes here as we play down to a winner. Final table that's had everything so far. Ronald letting his 3-high go. Raul with 8-4 offsuit in the small blind. Raul just decides to go all in on the button for 20 million with Queen 10 offsuit and will get the job done. Ronald will give a walk to the ace-jack offsuit of Raul.
2-3 for me. Exactly 2-3.
Ace-7 of diamonds for Ronald on the button. 17 million is his stack now. And KT Poker, thanks a million for that comment. I really appreciate that. It means a lot. Much appreciated. Ronald will take the blinds and antes this time. I have been your commentator for the entirety of the coverage of the Dutch Classics. My name is Dan Rankin. Oh, I'm just filling in for Fenton. Fenton will be back. I know he's a fan favourite and a regular. I'm his noble steed. Rolando on the button with king 4 of diamonds. Fitting Gavin is a good friend of mine. I know him a good few years. Respect the man a lot. The godfather and an ambassador of Irish poker. Ronald with a raise, 2.7 million from the small blind. Queen Jack of clubs. One of the nicest, suitest, prettiest hands you can have, especially three-handed. The 6-3 offsuit is not going to be able to do anything, and we won't see a flop this time. Ronald taking the blinds and antes once more. Thank you for your love and support coming in the chat. Ronald with queen 5 of diamonds. Somehow it's his button again. I'll choose not to get insulted. I am my own man. But I guess if I'm getting compared to really great commentators, I have to take that as a compliment and not an insult. And Raoul with a call from the small blind with 10-6 of clubs. And Rolando, the best hand, but checking behind on the turn with his king 8, wanting to get the showdown quickly. A fold from the button from Raoul. Rolando with ace-10 offsuit and a small blind. The Dutchman is jamming all in to the other Dutchman. And Ronald, this time with king 6 of hearts. You might remember he folded ace-10 off to an all-in a few orbits ago. You will let the king 6 of hearts go. I like that comment from Yoshimando. Raoul, don't mess this up, bro. I bet all my channel points on you. I hope you gamble responsibly, guys. What are you going to do with all those channel points? This will be the last time I'll mention this tonight, but we are running a special promo just for all the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Surprise, surprise, the King is back. Rolando, 29 big blinds. Raul with 16, with dead heat with Ronald with 16. So Rolando out in front. I will have to get cracking on winning one of these World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets myself. I've said World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets that many times now that it's drilled into my brain that I'll have to be there. We will see what way the universe tends to unfold. The raise from Ronald on the button with ace-8 offsuit to 2.5 million, paying 18 million behind. You can find all the information about the King's Resort on the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. And a fold from the 8-6 of hearts and a fold from the Queen Deuce offsuit. And I'd be lying if I said my guilty pleasure throughout these streams is hearing some great music played low in the background. Creates a nice, relaxed ambiance. But I won't be flying to Rozvadov for the music. I'll be flying for the poker. Rolando paying a stack of 33 million, 1.3 million to call. And don't really know why he's tanking for this long with the Queen Deuce offsuit. Perhaps thinking of making a move. Trying to get a read on his opponent, which is totally allowed. Stay tuned for the conclusion. You don't want to be going anywhere if you're going anywhere before we crown a champion. If you've stuck it out all day and you've got this far, you've got to see how this unfolds and who is going to be our champion. We're on a 14-minute break. We'll be back for more coverage live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Stay tuned.
now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live for the conclusion of the Dutch Classics main event final table. We are going to get back. We are three-handed. Rolando, playing 19 big blinds, is now our chip leader with 32 million. Ronald, with 14 big blinds, is second place, playing 24 million. And Raul, third place, still playing over 10 big blinds, with 11 big blinds with a stack of 18 million. If you are just joining, even though it is late, you can still see the conclusion of this three-handed Dutch Classics main event final table live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We will crown a champion tonight. Just waiting for the play to get back underway. The blinds will be going up, which will put even more pressure on the opponents, and they have significant pay jumps to deal with. And you play for 3 days. You really, really want that title at this stage. It is almost midnight at the King's Resort in Rozvadov. And a new day will rise, and the three players are still standing here, sitting. So it's Raul to get things started with King Jack off, suit jamming, 18 million on the button. You see in front of you, those blinds have gone up again. The small blind is now 800k. The big blind is 1.6 million, with a running ante of 1.6 million. Nice to see, Mandrulia, you're tuning in all the way from Australia, down under. I was rooting for your man in the tennis, Nick Kyrgios, the other day. All the talent in the world, but he's just not ready to take down a Wimbledon title yet, in my opinion. The clock will strike midnight in about 8 minutes at Rozvadov. Players will start growing fur around their paws, trying to play then with hairy hands. Ronald on the button with King 6 offsuit, playing a stack of 20 million. Small blind will give a walk to Rolando. 7-6 of diamonds. Oops, the blinds and antes, which are now about 4 million. It's Raul. Let the 9-8 offsuit go. Ronald gets the walk this time. The button will get rid of his 7-4 offsuit. Ronald in the small blind with 7-5 offsuit. Raoul, King 10 offsuit. Tries to check his option and see a flop. Already 5 million in the middle with the blind, big blind being 1.6 million. 10, 6, 5. Ronald with a piece of it, but Raoul with a bigger piece. We would bet 1.9 million. Ronald with a quick, splashy call. We will see a turn. The turn is the 9 of diamonds. Check from Ronald. Now, 8 million in the pot. How much does Raoul want to bet? Somewhere in the region of about 4.2 million. Sounds good to me. Maybe slightly less. 3.7, 3.8. He arrives at a size of 5.2, which seems fair enough with flush and straight draws out there. Raoul in the small blind with 4 deuce of hearts. We'll call for 800k more. Rolando will check with 10-3 offsuit. Uppers 87 says he wouldn't mind a couple of coolers. Absolutely shattered. Well, you're never too far away from another cooler in Kings. Always a surprise around the corner. Bet of 2.1 million. 10-3. Orlando will take this one down. Raoul on the button with ace 10 of clubs. Raoul scoops the 4 mil. And look at this, Raoul picking up the Nutri bullets. The pocket ace is in the big blind. Orlando raising on the button with 10-7 of spades. Just a call from Raul, and I really, really like this. Let our opponent catch up. Give him a chance to hang himself. Make him make a mistake. A big-ish bet from Rolando. This is exactly what Raul wanted. 8 million. Raul just moves all in. And a call from Rolando. Oh my God. This pot is 56 million. King 8-7. Rolando needing help. A 7 or a 10. He will be left with 5 million. Turn is a deuce of clubs, and that is a terrible card for Rolando, because Raul now has enough flush draw to boot it with his pocket aces. Need a 10 or a 7 that's not a club on this river, or Rolando will be down to 5 million. The river is the ace of diamonds. Raul. So many of you predicting him as your winner. And Rolando. Rolando. Putting his opponent on a flush draw or a weaker hand than a 7. Patience is, in my opinion, one of the most undervalued traits and qualities of a poker player. How would Rolando know his opponent is sitting there with pocket rockets? Look at the difference now. Raul in a commanding position to take this down. Playing 34 big blinds with a stack of 56 million. Rolando just put 5 million. Ronald 8 big blinds with 13. The check jam from Raul does look like it's going to contain a draw. Clubs. Straight draw. We do block some of the straight draws having a 10 in our hand. That is a big swing. I always talk on this channel about the shift in momentum. Well, that is a massive, massive shift in momentum for Raul. Played really well throughout the day. There was that hand earlier with the pocket eights where he priced himself in, but his opponent had a really strong holding in the pocket jacks. He's not usually going to have a hand as strong as jacks. Ronald all in from the button, A7 offsuit. Rolando is all in for his tournament life. And Ronald needs to hold with his A7 to eliminate Rolando. Otherwise, Rolando will be back to 10 million. The flop is 9-8 deuce. No help to Rolando. Backdoor straight draws, but he's needing a king or a jack, or he will be our third place finisher. Ronald looking for a hold, and that brings him closer to a hold with an open ender. His ace high to boot. 86% now for Ronald. Rolando will need help on the river, and he doesn't get it. It's a 3 of diamonds, and we are going to be heads up here, guys. Rolando, our third place finisher. he will get a payout, a nice sum of cash and a payday of €20,300 and the 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket to boot. Great game and a good run by Rolando. Thanks, Apocalypse. That's not the first time I've said it wrong when if someone has put in the chat wrong. But my pronunciations have improved immensely each stream. You'll be glad to know. And now 53 million is playing 16. Ronald just with... Yeah, there's been a lot of tongue twisters for me. And you might remember from a stream about 2 weeks ago, we had a Raise from Space who really flustered me massively because every time he made an action it was like a raise from Space, and it was like really putting me off. I think he became our eventual champion. Sure, it's good practice. And Raul takes this down. Ronald going to be playing less than 10 big blinds now. Raul in commanding position to become our Dutch Classics champion. This is Kings. There's always a surprise around the corner. Anything can happen, especially in a heads-up battle. Ronald. Queen 10 offsuit. Definitely good enough to shove. Raul with a sexy Jack 8 suited, but do you really want to double your opponent up here? You just edge pass here and take a better spot. But you can see he would be nearly 40%. Ronald is shoving exactly 10 big blinds. And Raul, the momentum in his favor, is going to commit these chips with Jack 8 suited. Ronald could double up here to 33 million. Jack 8 of clubs. Not a great flop for the Jack 8 of clubs. King 7-3, all spades. Great start for Ronald. Needs to dodge a Jack or an 8 that isn't a spade. Turn a King of diamonds. Raul down to less than 10%. Looks like Ronald is going to double up to 33 million, and we're going to have an even Steven heads up. River, the ace of diamonds, seals the deal. Now 41 million of Raul will play 33 million of Ronald. Raul moves the button. He's probably frustrated he couldn't put the turn to bed there. You've got to regroup in these situations. Heads up is always a scrappy battle, back and forth. It ain't over until the fat lady sings, as they say in the States. Our Romanian player Adrian Oluris actually got the 4th place finish and the 4th ticket, if I recall correctly. Or did he? Am I incorrect? Was it? Our German players, Sirdar Tayar. The Romanian guy, Serdar, he done all he could with the short stack, but in the end just came 5th. Raul checking his option here. Pot already 11 million. And Ronald hoping his 5 is good, but it's not. Twitch chat all betted on Raul all the way. Let it not be said. He was looking the fresher of the tree going in to the final 3 for sure. He has been a fan favourite. King Deuce off suit on the button for Raul. Ronald folds Queen 7 off suit. Buy something good with your points, guys. Don't let them go to waste. Cash them in. Find a local casino if you can't make it to Rozvadov. Don't waste those points. Turn them into play money chips. Gamble responsibly, of course. Always and forever. Ronald with ace queen off here. Raul, dirty enough hand with 9 deuce. Raul checking it over to Ronald. Ronald thinking now is the time to bet. Now we see Raul, the chip leader, by just 10 big blinds. Double up from Ronald now, and he would be the chip leader. It would basically switch stacks. Raul raising with the king 10 of diamonds. Raising to 3.9 million. Look at this from Ronald. Ace king offsuit in the big blind, heads up. That looks like a tiny 3-bet off this stack to 8 million. This flop is 18 million after the 3-bet from Ronald. Raul is in trouble if a king comes out here. Oh, God. Just a great flop for Ronald. Upping the nuts, and it goes check, check, and the turn comes 6 of diamonds. River comes a 4 of spades. How is more money not gone in here is beyond me. And he just goes all in on the river. 19 million. And guys, if I'm Raul, this looks really bluffy. Our opponent has made basically a min-raise 3-bet from the big blind. Has checked all the way to the river and now just gone all in for pot. We block our opponent having the hand that he has. We block him having king queen. We block him having king jack. Looks like he has like an under pair to the board, or maybe like rivered set of 4s or 6s. I just feel like these hands would jam all in pre-flop. Maybe a middle hand, middle pair hand. Like 7s, 8s, 9s. Maybe 9s would even bet the turn, but probably not. 9s just turn their hand into a bluff on the river. Oh, and he calls. It just looked so fishy. We get the super bad news here. This pot is huge. Oh, I really feel for Raul with this hand. The graphics don't lie here. Plus 27 million to Ronald's stack. Now Ronald is in command. The Dutchman, 56 million, playing 35 big blinds. Raul just with 11 big blinds now, and the blinds are going to hit him on top of that. That is a good point. It should have just been all in on the flop anyway. Very hard to get away from your hand on the river when it's gone check, check on the flop and turn. It is the Dutchman in a commanding position to take down the Dutch Classics title. Holding his 10 deuce of diamonds, giving Raul the blinds. Guys, this is never over. This is heads up. Anything can happen. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It's never over. Not over yet. Someone get that man a beer. Chill the Dutchman out. I think Raul could do with a beer also. It's Raul with top pair. Ronald not with much here. There is no deal made. There cannot be deals made in Kings at final tables of main events, to the best of my knowledge. Gotta keep that name, or keep the game hot and spicy. Players allowed to be making deals. Kills the action to a certain extent, and that's not what we want when I'm commentating as Action Dan. Ronald fighting what to do with ace-8 offsuit on the button. Raul is all in for 20 million, and this is going to be a call from Ronald, and this is an all-in call. And it could be all over here, guys. But Raul could be back to 40 million. 42 million in the pot. It's ace-8 of Ronald for the Dutchman, and Raul with queen-10 offsuit. It's a good help to Raul. He now has more outs with a straight draw. Backdoor diamonds also, and the turn is a 4 of spades, and now he's down to 23%. Otherwise, Ronald will win the Dutch Classics main event. The river is a king, and Ronald has done it. Unlucky to Raul in the end. 2 big pots gone wrong for him. Congrats, massive congrats to the Dutchman winning the Dutch Classics. Guys, we have a champion. Well done to all the players at the final table. Thanks, guys, for joining me, being there from the start all the way to the final when we crowned a champion. I will be back. If things are going to be this exciting and live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, it'll be hard to get rid of me. Thanks a million for all the love and support in the chat. For now, I am going to say my goodbyes, but I will see you again soon. Tune in next weekend for another event live from the King's Resort. They're just non-stop over the summer. But that's all for me. I've been Dan Rankin. Good night.